Montebello City Council regular meeting for Wednesday, June 22nd at 5:05. Mr. City Clerk, please call roll.
Councilor Peralta.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
Here.
Councilor Torres.
Here.
Councilor Melendez.
Here.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn.
And I am here. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the rules of decorum to remind the audience of proper conduct during council meetings?
Do we have any comments for closed session?
Yes.
Can we do it during the closed session? Or the... Sure. And at this time, before we do the public comment, I'll read it now, and I'll also read it before the city council meeting. Ordinance number 4443 defines that signs, placards, banners, horns, noise-making devices, or other similar items shall not be permitted in the audience during a public meeting. If such items disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the city council meeting, all persons attending this meeting shall remain seated in the seats provided unless addressing the body of the podium or entering or leaving the meeting. No member of the audience shall willfully interrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. This includes clapping or otherwise speaking from their seats. The presiding officer, which is the mayor, shall direct the removal of any individual whose willful interruption renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. This is also provided in the Brown Act and under the Government Code. In the event the removal of the individual or individuals willfully interrupting the meeting does not restore order, the mayor may order the meeting room cleared and continue in session. Speakers shall not engage in willful conduct which interrupts the meeting or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person who becomes boisterous while addressing the council or who otherwise disrupts the orderly conduct of the council's business shall be subject to the removal from the chambers after being admonished by the mayor. With that, we do have one public speaker card, which is Margot Iser.
Thank you.
I can lower this. I've been vaxxed and boosted. I'm curious about some of these closed session items that I believe the public needs to know more information about. One of them was, excuse me, what is the subject of the litigation that is anticipated in item number 2? I think we need to know. Number 4 is the same thing. There's Los Angeles Superior Court case, et cetera. What is that case regarding? We, the people, need to know. And the third one, number 3, is that I know that Jimmy, his restaurant was bought by the city, and then he moved and took his business to another city, so we didn't get any benefit. I hope that there's going to be overseeing of this negotiation between the city manager, et cetera, and the new people, what is going to be the purpose of the property, and that it benefits the city is what I'm saying. And I don't know how you have control, but I think you should, so that we, the people, city taxpayers, et cetera, get benefits from any negotiations done on that property. Okay? I hope that made sense. Thank you. Okay. Even closed session doesn't necessarily mean have to be so secret when it is a public money and all that's being negotiated. Thank you.
Thank you. With that one public comment, I will announce the items for closed session, which include items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is listed on the agenda. There's actually also one additional item that came up after the posting of the agenda, and there's immediate need to brief the City Council on this matter. This relates to a conference with real property negotiators, the property located at the golf course. The agency's negotiator is Mr. Bobadilla. The negotiating party is Top Golf, and under negotiation of price and terms, we would ask the City Council entertain a motion to add this to the agenda under those determinations, and we need a motion, Mayor, to that effect.
Do I have a motion to add item 5B?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. City Clerk, please call roll.
Councilor Peralta.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilor Torres.
Aye.
Councilor Melendez.
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn.
Aye, and Councilmember Peralta, was that?
Yes, that was an aye. I
Okay.
apologize, Madam Mayor.
And that
He is president, voted aye.
Yes.
Yes, so we can now recess into closed session.
Okay. Okay, we will be back shortly. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to reconvene the meeting. It is 6:09. Mr. City Attorney, can you please provide a report regarding the closed session items?
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, the record should reflect the City Council convened for a closed session with all 5 members being present. That prior to recessing the closed session, the 5 items that were listed on the agenda were announced for discussion in closed session. There was one additional item that was added. In as much as it came up after the posting of the agenda, there was immediate need to have council's direction on that item that related to conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 that related to the golf course property. The agency's negotiator was Mr. Bobadilla. The negotiating party was Top Golf, and under negotiation was price and terms. The following is my report to all closed session matters. Item number 1, which is threat to public services or facilities. The City Council received a briefing on that matter. There was no action taken, and there's nothing required to be reported at this time. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The one matter related to SB 1383 compliance. The City Council received a briefing on this item. There was no action taken. This matter will come back to the City Council at a future date for open session action. On item number 3, conference with real property negotiators, 701 West Whittier Boulevard, Montebello, California matter. The City Council received a briefing on that item. No action was taken and nothing further to be reported. And the same for the other conference with real property negotiator item, which included the Top Golf golf course property. There was no action taken and nothing further to be reported. On item number 4, which is the conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, the Mora versus City of Montebello matter, the City Council provided authority to the City Attorney's Office with possible resolution of that case, but in as much as that case is not finalized, there's nothing further to report. And lastly, item number 5, which is public employee performance evaluation. That matter was discussed by the City Council. Direction was provided, but there was no final action taken on that matter and nothing to be reported. Madam Mayor, that concludes my report from closed session. It's appropriate to continue with the open portion of the meeting at this time.
Okay, and for invocation, our City Clerk, Christopher Jimenez.
Father, as we gather here today, we pray that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life, exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. We are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, its challenges. May we appreciate and use each day that comes to us. We pray for strength and guidance for each day as it comes, for each day's duties, for each day's problems. May we be challenged to give our best always, and may we be assured of your presence with us. Amen.
And for the Pledge of Allegiance, United States Marine Corps veteran Louis Paracoa, also American Legion member. If you can please, no, all the way to the microphone and just repeat after me, and you start the pledge.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Look at the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you for your service, sir. Mr. City Manager, are there any corrections to the agenda?
We have no corrections, Mayor.
Yes. Oh, but that's after the presentations, because doesn't it go presentations and then we go,
Okay.
or, no? Right? For public comment, yeah. Okay. Will my colleagues join me down so we can present our Citizen of the Month, please? Okay. So for Citizen of the Month, Mr. Oliver Jimenez, if we can please join us. You can cheer, yay. Thank you. A volunteer, by definition, is someone who freely gives their time and support to an organization or a cause without expecting anything in return. Volunteers dedicate hours and days of their personal time, not out of obligation, but for the betterment of others. The city developed the Citizen of the Month program to recognize these exceptional residents and business owners who selflessly give back to our community, enhancing our quality of life and the well-being of our city. In this spirit, it is my pleasure to introduce June's Citizen of the Month, Mr. Oliver Jimenez. Many of you who might recognize him because Oliver countlessly goes to every city event, program, and has participated in this over a decade. He is a resident of Montebello for over 15 years. Oliver is a proud product of the Montebello Unified School District, where he attended Joseph A. Gascon Elementary School, La Merced Intermediate, Montebello High School. He is passionate about his community, so passionate that Oliver began volunteering for the city while he was in high school. And during this time, he identified a need to get more Montebello teens interested in philanthropy and leadership. So on July 25th, 2013, Montebello Youth Leadership Club, or MILK, was formed by Oliver alongside his brother, who you might know, Christopher Jimenez, our city clerk. Good ideas must run in the family. Some of the service project MILK has participated in include City Service Saturdays, passing out toys, see, it might be one of them, passing out toys at the Christmas at the Cannon, distributing food for those in need during the pandemic, and helping students register to vote, cleaning up beaches on Earth Day, reading for students Read Across America, mentoring youth, and helping students find scholarships and resources for higher education. MILK is currently made up of 15 members and dedicates several hours a week to working on new projects and helping the youth of Montebello. Oliver has this to say about the Montebello Youth Leadership Club. We have founded MILK with a simple idea: to empower our youth and to give back to the community we love so much. What I value the most about volunteering is the unique feeling one gets when giving their time to help others and the opportunity to make a difference in our community. Again, thank you, Oliver, for your dedication, your service, your invaluable efforts. The MILK and their volunteer programs. Please, everyone, let's give it up for June's Citizen of the Month. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you once again, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, residents. It's an honor, and I am truly blessed to have been selected by the committee, but mostly I want to thank Adriana for nominating me. It really is an honor. Those of you that know me know how much I love my community. Yes, like the mayor said, I try to show up to most of the events that happen here in the city, but I take a lot of pride to say that I am from Montebello. That's why when we started our organization, we made sure that Montebello was in the name, because everywhere we went, we wanted to demonstrate that, you know what, the youth is possible of accomplishing many things, not just in Montebello, but outside of the city. I want to thank my family that's here, my mom, my sister, my grandma, and of course, our city clerk, my little brother, Christopher, for always supporting me in everything that I do. Sometimes some ideas are crazy, but as Christopher tells me, you know what, those are the ones that are the best. So we always push each other, we motivate each other. I couldn't do what I do without my partnerships as well, my community partners and my cabinet that's here. I'm very proud of each and every one of them. It's because of them that we're able to do what we do in the community. So to each and every one of you, thank you for being here, for supporting me all the time and always going along with my ideas and helping me make them possible. So to everyone, I make this commitment. I will continue being here to empower and keep changing our community. Thank you.
So I see a few members of MILK. Can we have all the members of MILK stand up? Past and present. Thank you also. So how about we take a picture with your past, present member. Can we get a picture with you?
Squeeze in, everybody.
Can we get my vice
And your family?
Yeah.
Family, if your family is comfortable.
Mom, grandma, Genesis.
Do you want the?
When that works, then we can just go. Yeah, we can switch together with them.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
What do we do with the,
And then you have something from
Beverly.
Beverly Hospital.
Yes.
Oliver,
Yes.
we're gonna do them with the club first and then
Okay,
with
I
the
can.
family.
Yeah.
So,
Family right after? Okay. So club, you can club number?
yeah.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. And family?
I know, look at him. Yeah.
All right, one more.
Okay, squeeze in. There you go. 1, 2, 3.
Just, yeah, like.
Ellas, son mis cosas.
We're out. Oh, okay. See how good we listen? Thank you, this is all yours.
¿Te van a ayudar toda tu flota, Oliver?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mande?
¿Te van a ayudar?
Yeah.
I want to
Yeah, I
put
can,
the ones in here.
The challenge coin. Maybe give it, give it
Yeah, I can
put
put
it in
all
his
this in my
pocket.
pockets.
This one, I put the wine.
Okay.
Does it have a, oh, okay.
There's a long meeting today, so we don't want to.
Yeah. Yes, that's the glass one.
Yo ahorita lo saqué.
Oh, this
Oh,
one's.
¿lo va a cerrar o? Ah, sí califica.
This is the.
No, I'm fine. Yeah, so I wouldn't be.
Oh.
Thank you.
Un carrito a la mancheta.
I know, right? This one's yours too.
Congratulations, Oliver. Ya, ahorita se-
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, here you go next. Oh, I gotta sign it.
We don't have the actual, she just created it.
So just,
Just directly from here.
do I read?
Yes.
No.
Just read it.
Nope. Oh, he does now? So. Will Gary please come forward? Gary Mandibles. Gary, good to see you. So let me tell you a little bit about Gary. So he was he was an employee, but now he said, I love it so much, I'm going to volunteer. So let me read a little bit about him. So, certificate of recognition on behalf of the city of Montebello. It is with tremendous and sincere appreciation the city acknowledges your dedication and commitment of over 300 hours of labor in support of Operation Stay Safe. The city acknowledges and applauds your construction expertise, craftsmanship that resulted in leveling and strengthening the foundation of 30 tiny homes, allowing Operation Stay Safe to open and offer safe living accommodations for its future residents experiencing homelessness. Without your generous and selfless investment of time and effort, Operation Stay Safe would not have been possible. Your volunteerism went above and beyond regular work hours as both an employee and as a volunteer for the city. Your enthusiasm and devotion have made a lasting impact on staff, community members, and residents. Your devotion to getting things done is a powerful display of the the visible impact one person can make in a positive difference for our city and our residents. And Gary, you are also a resident also?
Yes.
So he's giving back to his own community. So Gary, on behalf of the entire city council, thank you for all that you do. And we have a little something, and I know it's below the reporting. It's not 300. It's not 300, but.
So if anybody knows Gary, like we know Gary, Gary is a selfless person that will do just about anything. However, if you give Gary a fish fillet, he will really, really do whatever you ask. So Gary, we got you a week's supply of Filet-O-Fish as appreciation for all your hard work. Thank you.
Will you say a few?
Please.
I'll hold your certificate. You hold your Filet-O-Fish.
I'd like to thank Council, Renee, Arlene, for letting me to work in this beautiful Montebello. It's an amazing city. I came from Pico, and I'm just in love with Montebello. The people, just really trying to do more for the city, getting the parks, like the tiny homes, the buildings. It's just amazing. I can't thank Council and everybody enough for having me here. I mean, it's really a pleasure and an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Tom, Gary, thank you. Thank you so much again. Oh, wait, take a picture. With your Filet-O-Fish.
Oh, you're my Filet-O-Fish.
Wait, I know, he's like, don't worry, I won't take it. Are y'all squeezed in?
Yeah, you're good. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Okay, show us your Filet-O-Fish.
Yeah, I'll hold this.
We're not going to take my Filet-O-Fish.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
How many more? One more, right? Last one, down here. This is Sosnowski? Okay. Is he here? Is he here? Do you want me to read it all? Okay. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you. Will Director Sosnowski please come forward? Whoa. Sorry. So this is on behalf of the City of Montebello, proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month for June, whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of the City of Montebello, and Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating others' illnesses. And Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And Parks and Recreation is the leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, increased tourism, and the attraction and retention of businesses and crime reduction. Parks and Recreation is a fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. Our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our city and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. The U.S. House of Representatives had designed July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City of Montebello recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. So I, Mayor Kimberly Ann Cobos-Cawthorn, do hereby proclaim July as Parks and Recreation Month. We're doing it this month because we are dark in July. So here you are, sir. I will give you some consent words.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. What's that?
Oh, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. It's a privilege to receive this every year on behalf of the Parks Department. One of our rec managers just walked out, Carly Torres, but we can't do these things without the staff. And like the mayor mentioned, a lot of the programs are really heavily going on in the summer months. So we're proud that July is Parks Make Life Better month for everywhere in California. So Montebello is no different. And we have a lot of great activities and programs that take place in the summer, namely July. So I hope to see you all out at Grant Ray Park July 2nd for the return of the fireworks show, as well as our Street Fest on July 30th. So it's an appropriate month, but again, without the support of a good city council and city administration, we can't do these things. So thank you all for the appreciation.
Also for the month of June, we are recognizing Juvenile Arthritis Awareness Month. Older adults are not the only people affected by arthritis. Children can suffer from this too. Did you know the term juvenile arthritis was first described as far back as the 1700s by pediatrician Frederick Still? But did you know that children arthritis can affect not only joints but other organs also? Younger immune systems sometimes attack their joints, causing swelling, stiffness, and even permanent damage, which can make it worse if untreated. So this also is for the month of July, Juvenile Arthritis Awareness Month, but we are dark. Nearly 300,000 children in America have been diagnosed with arthritis. JA can affect children of all ages, races, and backgrounds, and is an umbrella term used to describe the many autoimmune and inflammatory diseases that can develop in children under the age of 16. That means the immune system, which is supposed to fight against foreign invaders like viruses and germs, get confused and releases inflammatory chemicals that attack a healthy cell and tissue. In most JA cases, this causes inflammation, swelling, and pain. There is no cure for juvenile arthritis, but early diagnosis can help relieve pain and improve a child's quality of life. Your voice adds strength to the fight by spreading the word in hopes of finding a cure and getting the right treatment. Understand juvenile arthritis better by visiting arthritis.org for more information. Okay, so next up, we have the East Side Phase 2 presented by Jenny Cristales Ceballos from LA Metro.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jenny Cristales Ceballos with LA Metro, Senior Director, and also leading the efforts for the environmental process and the conceptual engineering. With me, I do have our project team, more specifically, somebody I'd like for you to get to know pretty well, which is Tito Corona. He is our Community Relations Manager. And then also we have the consultant team with us, Sandra Cuevas, who is representing the engineering team, which is Cordoba HNTB. So they've been working diligently in the very conceptual aspects of the project, which we'll share here tonight. And then we also have Katie Alston. She is with ACOM, CDM Smith, doing the environmental analysis. So what I'm hoping to do tonight is to provide a comprehensive presentation so that everybody's up to speed with what's been happening with the project. Of course, we've been out in the community doing some virtual meetings the best way that we can. And then also the project's going to be coming up on a pretty big milestone. And we want to make sure that We have an opportunity to engage with all the cities in our corridor, as we've been doing through the Washington Coalition, which has been a really great avenue for us to be able to share information across the corridors and have that coordinated approach with all the cities and city staff. And we continue to do that as we get closer to basically getting this project to fruition. But before I begin, I just want to mention that this is really a good opportunity to improve the quality of the existing services that we have and try to start expanding our rail, which would provide reliable and convenient, safe ways to travel across LA County. In particular, as we start to open up our Crenshaw LAX line, residents along the corridor will have an opportunity to access through rail for $1.75 to get to LAX. Additionally, this provides also an option for folks to have another, basically another transportation option, considering the gas prices that are currently rising. So we hope that the project will bring something of a benefit to the city, and also as we look at holistically how Metro looks at these projects, we've built in some tools. Essentially, Metro does not have the public right-of-way, or in terms of land use regulations, we have to work with the cities. And so what our Metro board has done is developed transit-oriented communities so that we can provide tools to see how we can better enhance connections to the station. And again, I'll also make it safe with first last mile activities. So with that, I do have a presentation, if we can possibly bring that up, if possible. Okay. Will I have to say next slide, or do you get, okay, so next slide. So as mentioned, you know, we're going to be working together with all the partners in the corridor cities to look at what are our transit-oriented communities as well. So really, it's a toolkit for the city to plan around the station areas to see if there are opportunities for joint development, to figure out ways to bring more affordable housing near transit, and again, make it accessible to everyone, especially those that are most in need. Next slide. So now I'm going to get into more of a bit of the technical and the history of the project. So this project has had a very long development, essentially starting in 2007 when we looked at alternative analysis. We looked at 47 different routes, modes, extensions of the rail line. And with that, two alternatives were studied in 2014 with the draft environmental document. Those two alternatives included the SR60 and the Washington alternative. At that point in time, the Washington alternative looked slightly different than what it looks like today. It was all aerial along Garfield Avenue to connect to Washington. And in 2017, since the board did not select a locally preferred alternative, either the SR60 or the Washington corridor, we went ahead and studied it some more. And that's when basically the underground segment, close to 3 miles, and I have a map, I'll go over those details. Essentially, that's when the tunnel was introduced, which now connects the City of Commerce. Now we're currently at the reinitiation of the environmental document. And so at this point, we had an opportunity to reevaluate and reanalyze through the environmental process. And at that point in time, we applied, as I mentioned earlier, some of our policies in terms of can the line basically have some transit-oriented communities along the corridor? Can we connect through first last mile, right? Can people bike or walk there? So through this analysis, that's when the Washington alternative came to be more in line with a lot of our policies where we saw where we can do more sustainability and connectivity. So that's where we're currently at today, where we're now seeking environmental clearance. And in particular, we're moving in CEQA only, which is only California or state clearance. Next slide. So here's a look at the funding. So Measure M was voter approved in 2016. So that's when the project was slated to get $3 billion in the first cycle. Originally, the project did have 2 cycles, but that was to build out the 2 different alternatives, the Washington or the SR60. And so with that, with the second cycle, and now the alignment was withdrawn, There's a feasibility study happening in San Gabriel Valley that will determine where those $3 billion will be used. The $3 billion for this first funding cycle is expected in 2029. Next slide. So this is our current project timeline. We're following the Measure M schedule, but this project is a priority project for the Metro Board. We only have 4 projects that are being looked at to be open by 2028 for the Olympics, and East Side is one of them. If the board were to give us direction to accelerate the project, then we would look to accelerate based on funding, also our design work, all the technical work would need to be in place. But as of now, we're following our Measure M project timeline, which we're looking to environmentally clear the project in 2023. So the Metro Board would need to basically approve the environmental document for this to be a project, and then final design to be completed, and then going into construction in 2029 when we receive those Measure M $3 billion. And as you can see there at the bottom, we're going to continue to do community outreach throughout the entire course and the lifetime of the project, which we've been doing this since 2007, and we'll continue to do so. And we'll talk a little bit more about the community outreach that we will be doing before the release of the draft. Next slide. So here are the project alternatives as they are identified in the draft environmental document. So starting off with the project alternative. So with CEQA, we have the benefit of environmentally clearing the entire project. Should we be doing a federal clearance? We wouldn't necessarily be able to do that, but because we are doing California Environmental Quality Act clearance, we can. So the alternative, and this is a baseline alternative. So this is what we're clearing, and we have some design options embedded in there. So at Atlantic and Pomona, there, we have the 3-mile tunnel starting there. At Atlantic and Pomona, we would be relocating that station. And currently, there's 2 design options. There is an open underground station, meaning that it'll look like Memorial Park in Pasadena. And then we would also have a covered underground station, which would look like Mariachi Plaza, or a couple of our other subway type of stations. Atlantic and Whittier would be a fully covered underground station. And then also, as we approach to Citadel and Commerce, that would also be an underground station. Then we daylight, as we like to say, coming out of the tunnel into an aerial configuration, meaning kind of going over the street, going onto columns. The guideway would essentially be on columns. And then we would continue in an aerial configuration. So this is a baseline. Baseline is aerial, and baseline is aerial through the city of Montebello, along with an aerial station at Greenwood. And I have a couple slides that specify exactly what the station, where it will be located, and what it would look like with the aerial component. From Greenwood on, it would continue in an at-grade configuration, basically with 3 stations, which would be Rosemead, Norwalk, and Lambert. So as part of Metro's history in terms of implementing these projects, basically we take a phased approach, primarily because of, it's a pretty big intensive project to build a tunnel, but also costs and funding that we have available. So phased approach means that we would be looking at initial operating segments, and the first one that we're looking at is Commerce, which is 3.2 miles. That would build out the 3 underground station, including the relocated station. The third alternative is the iOS to Greenwood, which is 4.6 miles, which would be serving the city of Montebello. And again, we would be considering either an aerial or an at-grade station. Next slide. Another key element that we need to plan for these projects is a maintenance and storage facility. Basically where we're going to store overnight, where we maintenance a lot of our trains. And so we're currently looking at 2 options. One option is in the City of Commerce, and the second option is in Montebello. What we're looking at is basically land use patterns that would fit within the community. So what we're trying to do is find ways to best build in and also, fit in with the community. And so looking at these sites in particular, it's, the storage capacity would be anywhere from 100 LRVs to 120 LRVs. And essentially what that means is the light rail vehicles that we would be storing in the area. Right now, we're studying both of these options through the environmental document. One of these would be selected as part of the locally preferred alternative. So the Commerce MSF site would only serve if we make it to Commerce. If we come to Greenwood, it could be serviced either by the Commerce or the Montebello site. Next slide. So here's a more detailed aerial photograph of what the maintenance storage facility site would look like in Commerce. Again, we would be coming from an aerial configuration, a tunnel, coming out of the tunnel in the green area. And then as we go into an aerial configuration, that's the pink lines. That's essentially the track that will be going into service the Commerce MSF site, the maintenance storage facility site. As you can see, that's bounded by Saybrook, Davie, and then also Corvette would be basically where the footprint of the maintenance storage facility site would be. And roughly that maintenance storage facility site would be about 24 acres. Next slide. So as the project, as mentioned, we're considering either the Commerce site or the Montebello site. And in this case, this scenario here is if Montebello were to be selected through the environmental process for the maintenance storage facility site. So essentially we would be daylighting and going onto Washington Boulevard a lot sooner, still in an aerial configuration. So we're still maintaining the aerial configuration, even if we were to go at grade in Montebello. And that's primarily because we would have to cross some BNSF freight tracks. And essentially, we would be avoiding those by going in an aerial configuration. Next slide. So the Montebello site that we're looking at, initially we had 3 areas that we were looking at. And, with the help of city staff, we kind of narrowed down to a site that would be suitable for the maintenance storage facility site. And basically, this is looking at 31 acres. So this allows us to store a little more vehicles. And at the same time, in this case, in this scenario here, our baseline, as mentioned, we're in an aerial configuration. It's the pink line. And the reason why we have that green line there is because depending on the scenario of whether we go at grade or aerial, the lead tracks or the tracks going into the maintenance storage facility site would be either or, aerial or at grade. As you can see there, we would be cul-de-sacing ACO because we would definitely want to still provide access to the businesses along ACO. And then the areas aside next to the lead tracks there would still be developable for some type of either transit-oriented type of land use that, depending on what the city has designated that through their general plan process. So roughly, what we're looking at there is anywhere between 1.5 to 3 acres that would still be available for developable land. Next slide. This is exactly what we shared with the community in the March meetings that we had. Essentially, what we did is we held meetings, and Tito's going to go over this a little more. Essentially, we went down the corridor and presented to each of the cities the various segments in their particular prospective city. So in this case for Montebello, this is our baseline, as mentioned, the aerial configuration. And basically the station would be located on the east side of Greenwood. And the shaded areas that you see there are potential property acquisitions that we would be looking at for construction staging. We don't need them all, but what we've done is shown what the proximity of the parcels that we need in order to build the station. And essentially what we're doing is avoiding any type of residential homes or any impacts. Next slide. And now this is the at-grade configuration. As you can see, we've located the station west of Greenwood. And essentially this would be running at street level. Couple things to mention. I know that there are some concerns in terms of bifurcating the community. In terms of our rail stations and our rail in general, is that we try to integrate them into the community and do our best to do first last mile planning, again, to ensure that we have access for all to the station. In terms of how we design our stations is that Metro has a kit of parts. And so that's a standard approach that we take with our stations. But there are opportunities for local art. And so we have a designated arts program. And within the station areas, we also provide or allocate some of our budget for the project so that we can have local art integrated into the stations. So I'm hoping that at some point in time, we'll be able to offer rail tours so that you can see what some of these stations look like after they're completed, more specifically Crenshaw LAX. That's one of our most recent lines that will be opening this year. Another question that's been brought up as well are parking structures. So we have, through time, have implemented several of the projects, and many of them with interim stations. So for example, in Pasadena, the gold line there was a temporary terminus at Sierra Madre Villa Station, and a very large parking structure was built to accommodate what would be the demand. But now that the line has been extended, that parking structure sits maybe about 20% to 30% occupied now that the line has been extended. So I think there's an opportunity to look at how parking could be accommodated. It could be an ongoing conversation with the city. The city could also provide a comment during our release of our draft environmental document in terms of what's the interest of the city in terms of accommodating parking. But I think with the lessons learned that we've been looking at is there are opportunities for some type of development or joint development, for example, where we would be able to integrate station parking along with some type of other mixed-use type development that would accommodate and also be more transit-oriented for the future. It just, again, depends on what the city has designated around the station areas. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the upcoming milestone that we have for the project is a draft environmental document. And we are pursuing just a state environmental clearance right now. We're evaluating the impacts currently, and the document will disclose basically all the construction impacts. Those are what we call the short-term impacts. And then also the operational impacts, which would be long-term. We also look at cumulative impacts. So we have to consider all the other projects in the area as part of those impacts as well. And we then evaluate that against the existing. And we needed to take the 2019 because of COVID that could potentially skew some of the analysis. One of the other key things that we did, and we had an opportunity to do that through this environmental process, was look at our at-grade crossing policy. And this goes back to the question, why are we at-grade, why are we aerial? So in Montebello, we have an opportunity to look at that and reevaluate it. And it turns out that we can go at-grade. So what we look at are daily traffic volumes, and determine whether will we have an impact or not. And in this case, through our analysis, it basically stayed within what we call the green area that would allow us to do that. So that's why we've included this design option as an opportunity for us to evaluate and see whether we can do at-grade or aerial. One of the other key things that we take into account are Metro's best practices around construction. We look at all the different types of mitigation measures, and again, as I mentioned earlier, as we're looking at our parking structures, we take lessons learned and try to see how we can better develop our transit lines throughout the neighborhoods. Feasible mitigation measures are something that are also identified in the report. Next slide. So don't want to spend too much time on these slides, but the draft environmental document, as I mentioned, will be released next week, June 30th. And this is a key element just to kind of mention where to look for those specific items as it relates to our environmental analysis. A lot of it's contained in Chapter 3. That is where you will see all the different disciplines in terms of our transportation and traffic impacts, which that seems to be something of a concern. Also our noise and vibration, energy, public services in terms of response time for safety. So this report in general is very comprehensive. And also volume 2, which is the advanced conceptual engineering. Essentially, it's the drawings and some of the drawings that I've shown today, and also in more detail. Next slide. So some of the general findings that we found in the analysis, it's typical of a project this size, and more specifically because of the various elements that we have of the project. But as mentioned before, this would not displace any residential uses. At the same time, we also heard concerns of, will this devalue my property? While Metro has not done an official study, but what we have seen is that the closer you are to a high-quality transit system, your property value increases because your cost of transportation lowers, and therefore you want the amenity to have that connectivity throughout LA County. So what we've noticed so far, not necessarily studied, is that property values don't decrease. Another finding is temporary traffic construction impacts. In general, when you have construction, you're going to see these impacts, but what we do is develop traffic control plans with the contractor and find ways to mitigate this by trying to schedule these components separately. So we work with the community, and Tito's going to talk a little bit about community relations and their construction management. Also, depending really on the alternative, and what we mean by that, to give you an example, historic resources being affected. In the City of Commerce, as we're looking at the maintenance storage facility site, there are some buildings that do have some historic significance. And so we are looking at that carefully to see how we would mitigate that. So Commerce was one of the first cities to start developing their industrial land, and so therefore we're starting to see some of those districts forming. But again, those are just some of the mitigation measures that we would implement. The impacts to fossils, this is typical when we use a very big drill, basically to create the tunnels, is that the drill goes through and we may not be able to monitor if there are fossils there. And our TBM machine is basically the one way to drill the tunnels all the way through to accommodate the underground segment. And also lastly, that the project itself won't be traversing any major fault lines. So right now, I'm going to turn it over really quickly to Tito. He's going to talk through some of our construction relations information and also our upcoming community meetings and more details on our draft environmental release.
Thank you, Jenny. If we can go to the next slide, please. So as Jenny was stating in the schedule, there's pretty much the whole process. Right now, we're in the environmental impact phase. Once that is concluded, should the project be approved, we go into design phase, and then after design, we go into the construction phase. And during construction, that's where we get construction teams. We form a construction team of community relations folks. They come and they specifically are dedicated to the project along the whole alignment and are there to provide information. There's an office that's in person within the alignment that'll let you also come in to the office to get additional information and speak to somebody one-on-one about the project or any potential impacts that happen with the construction. We understand that construction is a temporary impact, but it is an impact. So because of that, Metro does have these services that are available for for businesses that are along the alignment that could potentially be impacted by the construction, such as what's called the Metro Business Solution Center. That's a in-person center that people that have businesses that along the alignment can come and get additional services to help them with their businesses during these construction times that we are building the project. They get assistance as to how to better improve how they operate their business, such as how to build a website, how to maximize the use of a website. and attain additional services like financial counseling that they can not just utilize during the construction of the project, but also after the construction of the project. We have services such as Eat, Shop, Play, which is free advertisements along the metro system that many of the businesses use to promote their businesses. They also use it as an opportunity to also provide discounts to people that are taking current transit, that they walk in with a tap card and they'll provide them with like a 10 or 20% discount depending on what they arrange with the Eat, Shop, Play group. There's also what's called the Business Interruption Fund. And the Business Interruption Fund is something that also has to be approved by the Metro Board, which hasn't been approved for this project yet, but is something that could potentially be done. And that is pretty much setting aside an interruption fund that, of course, you would file a claim and show the proof of the differences in what's been going on with your business and how it was before the impacts and then how it is during the impacts. And of course, there's a whole process as to getting the grant or the funding necessary to help subsidize during this construction impact. Most importantly, there's another service that we offer, and this is for people who want to get their foot in the door in construction, and that's called the Project Labor Agreement that provides assistance to people who want to be in construction. It's a requirement to the contractors, 40% targeted workers, that are people who are within the construction or within residences with extremely or economically disadvantaged areas, which pretty much could be anywhere within the alignment that the contractor has to abide by. They have the 20% apprenticeship program. That's the one for people who want to get their foot in the door in construction, and that is an individual who would enroll in an apprenticeship training through a local CBO to get them placed with the contractor to learn a trade, but also stay with the project and also take those trades elsewhere once they're done working on the project. And then there's also the 10% disadvantaged worker target, which is a worker who faces additional barriers to employment. It could be somebody who's like homeless, a single custodial parent, foster care, has issues with the criminal justice system, but they want to rehabilitate themselves, and also veterans. This is also not an opportunity to increase participation from local community who otherwise will not get those opportunities to be a part of this project and the construction of it. So if we go on to the next slide, we'll talk about the community meetings that we've taken on in the past few months, and also what we will be doing moving forward. We had community updates, and pretty much due to COVID, we've been doing everything through Zoom. We have had these in-person, what we call tech vans, throughout the alignment that are set up for people to go to these specific locations to view and participate in person should they need the technical assistance or just prefer to have that in-person experience. We had those available during the meetings in November and in March. So we had pretty much meetings that specifically in November that targeted the East Los Angeles communities, Montebello, and corridor-wide. Those are the areas that we focused our meetings on in in November. In March, we came back and we did an update on East LA and the cities of Commerce and Montebello, as well as the cities of Pico Rivera and Santa Fe Springs, and then also with the city of Whittier. Again, all these were online, but we also had in-person opportunities. We have as Jenny was talking, we have the draft environmental impact report that's going to be released on June 30th. Once we do release the environmental impact report, we will have hearings. And if you're familiar with how the hearings go during the environmental impact report, during the environmental period, during the comment phase, we take the comments. Unfortunately, we cannot respond directly to these comments. They will be responded to in the environment in the following environmental document. So what we are offering next week on Monday and Wednesday are virtual meetings through Zoom, where we will present the same information we presented tonight, but we will also open the floor to take questions and answer them before we go into the comment period on June 30th. So we're going to have meetings on June 27th, Monday, and June 29th on Wednesday via Zoom to take these questions and also work with community as to address any questions that they may have that will help them provide their comments once we open the draft environmental impact report comment session. And as Jenny stated, we are going to talk about the maintenance storage facilities, potential impacts to the two areas that we're talking about, how the community can engage, provide comment. Another important thing to note is that The hearings are not the only place to provide comment. Everyone has 60 days to provide comment to us. The hearings are just a formal process if you would like to provide your comments in person. If you would like to submit them via email, we'll have a comment portal available as well that you can provide the comments during any time of the 60-day comment period. If we go on to the next slide, I think that's where we're going to show more information about the actual meetings that we'll be having. Next slide, please. And I think I jumped the gun on that, but that's where we're talking about the release of the draft environmental impact report. We'll have the comment submittal option. We can send them to Jenny Cristales-Ceballos. You can mail it to her. You can also go onto our comment form, which will be metro.net/eastside comments, and that'll be live starting June 30th. You can also leave your comments verbally by calling the project hotline at 213-922-3012, and then the public hearings will be having hearings in person. This is the first time we'll be coming back in person since COVID to actually have the meetings or the hearings in person. We'll have them in East LA, Montebello, and Whittier. Those are the in-person, and we will have one online hearing via Zoom as well. And the tentative dates for East LA are July 21st. Montebello will be July 30th. It's a Saturday from 10 a.m. to noon. And Whittier will be in person on Wednesday, August 17th from 6 to 8 p.m. And the Zoom meeting would be on Thursday, August 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. Tentatively, we're still in the process of confirming the locations of these meetings, but if I'm correct, our Montebello meeting is going to be at the Applied Tech High School at 10 a.m. And that's where we will have the opportunity for people to come and provide comments in person. But again, the hearings are only one opportunity. You have many other ways of providing comment, and you're going to have 60 days from June 30th through August 29th to provide comments during that period. So with that, I will open it up for questions. I think we're done, Jenny, or is there any other?
Yeah, we're done with the formal presentation, but open for any questions. But just wanted to also mention that depending on safety regulations and how the county is going in terms of the pandemic, we have mentioned in both our notice of availability and also in our mailer that we would potentially switch these over to virtual if we see that the numbers are starting to go up. So for now, yeah, we're available for any questions that you may have related to the presentation or any comments.
Thank you for that presentation and coming to Montebello to inform us. Councilman Peralta, do you have any questions, comments?
Yes, just want to say thank you for that very comprehensive presentation. I know how, or can only understand how complex it is to really explain something like this in a digestible way for our community and for ourselves as well. Seeing that this is a project that has spanned many years prior to now and will continue to span many years to where we are now. I know there have been many concerns from our community as far as how this project will impact Montebello, specifically the southern part of our city. And so, the accessibility part of being able to ask questions from our community and the outreach opportunities, I think are greatly appreciated on my end. One of the questions I did have is more of just trying to envision, so seeing that this is going to be affecting Washington Boulevard, and that is an extremely major thoroughway within our city that has a lot of congestion and in general is a street that is used a lot. What would that shutdown of that street look like? Would it be multiple months or possibly multiple years? Just trying to understand kind of that impact of that specific area.
Again, one of our top goals is to minimize the impact for communities and in general under construction. We know that that's always a big concern. As we start to develop exactly how the project will be delivered, meaning constructed, what we always try to do is maintain the streets open. So there will most likely never be, to an extent, a full closure of a street. There will be some level of access because we want to maintain also those emergency services. So essentially what we will do is, again, work with the community to find out when is the best time to have this particular either one lane reduction, one lane closure, things of that sort, so that we can continue to maintain streets open. Another key thing to mention also is that we are replacing the Rio Hondo and the San Gabriel Bridge. That will also be done in a very phased approach as well, where we will not have full closures. It'll be done in a phase where it'll still maintain open.
Thank you for that. And then my next question is in regards to just outreach. Is there a specific, or what forms of outreach does Metro provide, specifically seeing that this is going to be a specific area within Montebello that's going to be impacted? I think one of the things that is extremely important to our council is ensuring that our neighbors within that area are informed about, these opportunities of outreach and being able to participate in public hearings. And we have a lot of folks that aren't necessarily on social media platforms. Does that outreach of informing residents, does that include any type of mail, or what forms of outreach do we have an opportunity to make sure that residents in that area are fully informed of these types of opportunities to engage?
Yeah, absolutely. We have an outreach consultant, and also we coordinate closely with city staff and also our community relations team. Maybe Tito can talk a little bit more about when we go into construction, but in terms of our outreach now, as a matter of fact, we have Walking Man going in several areas of Montebello and along the corridor, and we've expanded that reach. Originally, what's typical is that you do 500 feet from the project area, but we're expanding that much wider to go as far up as we can within reason. And so we are doing a Walking Man. We do banners, we do flyers, we do lawn signs. So we are doing, and we're getting boots on the ground too. So we know that our outreach consultant will be doing some pop-ups at local events to be able to provide information. And during the public hearing process, we're working with city staff to see what will be the high concentration areas that we will interface with people, so that we can also hand out comment cards during that comment period, so that they'll have access to people to be able to submit that.
Great, I really appreciate that. And then just generally some comments. I think really proud and just happy to see that there's a PLA for this project. That will be a direct benefit to our community, especially those that want to go into construction, creating jobs, for those that might have some barriers to employment. So that's really great to see. And I think something that along the way, whether it's maybe a council after our time, but the Business Interruption Fund is something that I think should be prioritized, especially seeing that, this is something that will be affecting an industrial area of our city. Having grants and funds available for any type of disruption would be something that I hope future council really puts pressure on and supports. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Thank you. So I really appreciate this presentation. I know it's lengthy. I wish all of the South Montebello residents were here to listen to this, because I just met with a few of them last week, and this is one of their biggest concerns in the South Side. Not because there's some of them are misinformed, but I think there's just not enough information that they've received just yet. With regards to the benefits that it's going to bring to that it might potentially bring to that community down there. As far as the outreach, I know that there's a lot of money that's invested in these projects, so I know that you guys have an amazing team that goes out there and ensures that the residents have all these questions answered. Just last week, again, there were a handful of residents that had a different idea about this project, and it seems that now, as you continue to do these community meetings and these town halls, I'm excited that there's an opportunity for them to participate and give their input, give their feedback, and their share their concerns. And I would like to ask also, are we already through the city, Renee? If I may, working with, I know that we've been in meetings with this project, but in terms of the outreach, because I know people call and direct some of these questions to staff.
Yes, we've been working closely with Metro and Jenny and her team. They've been great to work with, and not only with them, but also with our corridor cities. We've been frequently meeting and partnering on assignments and how we can help. Again,
I I'm a resident in the south. I'm 2 blocks away from Washington. In the beginning, I was torn about this project, but seeing and hearing and participating in all these meetings and hearing of all the benefits that it will bring to our community, I'm excited. I'm excited again to have the community participate in these conversations. And then as far as the PLAs, I mean, these are huge projects, so these are no-brainers. Of course, you're gonna have this in place for every of these projects. Again, in terms of the outreach, I do want to be a little more involved with your future sessions, because I want to make sure that the residents in that area, sometimes they'll say, I didn't get the information, or we don't go online, or I didn't get this in the mail, but I know that you do have, because I have had some folks that have received information, you do have your people walking. So I would like to, at some point, reconnect and through the staff, and just to make sure that we have the residents in that specific area made aware of this. Thank you, guys. This is huge. I'm excited for it, actually.
Thank you. Councilmember Torres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to our presenters today for coming by and sharing this information with council and the community. I know you guys have done a lot of hard work just constantly keeping that outreach and making sure that people are informed and at least providing that opportunity. Sometimes the attendance may not be what we want it to be, but at least the opportunity is there, and the messaging has definitely been consistent, and I've seen it all over the place. I do have a few questions. So there was the conversation around the MSF, the Maintenance Storage Facility. The maintenance storage facility either being in Montebello or Commerce. I was just curious what financial benefit there is, if any, to Montebello, being that we're accommodating this facility, how that comports with our city and what the relationship is like there.
Yeah, so through the maintenance storage facility site, again, that will offer some operational jobs with Metro that are unionized. So we're looking to potentially anywhere on average, some of these maintenance storage facility sites this size, usually approximately about 400 jobs come directly to Montebello that are part of Metro. That's not even counting in terms of some of our rail operators. But again, we also work hard to ensure that we integrate the maintenance storage facility site, given that it's an industrial area. There are currently warehouses there. This blends in pretty well with the land uses in the area.
Thank you. And is there a cost associated to Montebello for any of the upkeeper maintenance? I mean, I understand that this is a Metro project, but just in terms of partnerships.
In terms of operations and maintenance, that's all Metro. In some cases, what we're going to start doing with city staff, and this is going to happen hopefully in the next couple of months, is that we're going to develop a master cooperative agreement. So what that will do is it'll start to set basically the guidelines in terms of how we will coordinate through the design process, all the permitting process, everything that has to do with construction, and as we start to look at improvements throughout the corridor. And that master cooperative agreement, MCA, will also talk a little bit more about what maintenances are we looking at in terms of beyond our project footprint. And another key thing to note is that along with this project, what we'll be doing is entering a planning phase for First Last Mile. And essentially, we'll be doing a plan that will start to look at how folks can access safely the station, either walking or biking. And what that will do is start to outline specifically what the city, basically a plan that will hopefully come to fruition as the city starts to develop around the station areas. So that will also just, again, be a kind of a coordinated effort with Metro.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. With one of the slides and talking about the aerial versus the at grade, I mean, I guess in both instances, one of the things that comes to mind and being familiar, I think it was with the Purple Line going out west. I was working in West LA when that was being constructed, so I got to see some of the traffic impacts and then definitely the benefits later on. One of the things that came to mind is that along the Purple Line, there was a very nice bike path that was placed there that was very nicely lit. And so I was just curious if there's what opportunities, if any, there are for other alternative modes of transportation. And I guess even more generally, just curious as to what the land take would look like. I think there's six lanes of travel that go along Washington Boulevard. And so how many of those lanes we would be expecting to transition to light rail?
Yeah, so we would have 2 lanes of travel in each direction. And also at the main intersections, we'll maintain a left turn pocket. And so at that point, the rail will be accommodated in the center running street and would travel at the same speeds as local traffic. And actually, it would probably be the posted sign, which would be 35 miles an hour. In terms of some of the active transportation, again, the First S Mile plan will hopefully start to designate that. We would work with the city to see what other plans they have in mind. And also, real quick, just to mention this as well, is that we also have a transportation transit-oriented implementation plan. And what that does is that, again, another technical and tool for the city that we provide as part of the planning efforts throughout the corridor. But I know the Washington Coalition also has a coordinated approach to this. So we just want to also just mention that we also have several resources for the city in terms of planning tools.
Excellent, thank you very much. And I'm going to have a comment on that in just a moment, but I'll finish up with this question and then a couple comments for council. But to kind of reiterate Councilmember Peralta's comments on the Business Interruption Fund, I was just curious what role we can play in ensuring that the board takes a very serious look at that, and then also just kind of like what the timeline is for that, because I know we're talking about 2029 breaking ground in 2035. We're talking about the start of service, so this is still way in the future, but of course it's always great to start conversations now.
Yeah, and with the one caveat that, depending on the board and whether they direct us to accelerate, that might happen sooner, we're not quite sure. We're also seeking federal funding for the project to see if we can extend it further east. So we're trying to grab as many dollars as we can to go as far east as we can. We are on the Measure M schedule, so breaking ground would probably be construction in 2029, and again, we would have to figure out that phased approach. But Tito can speak about the bid.
So for the Business Interruption Fund, it is a Metro Board decision that has to be, they have to implement the Business Interruption Fund for this project. Again, we are quite a bit a ways from the actual implementation of the construction, although it's never too early to reach out to your Metro Board directors that actually represent this corridor, and I'll give you the names of the Metro Board of Directors, and they would love to hear, I think it would be great to provide that reinforcement that you support the Business Interruption Fund, which are Supervisors Janice Hahn, Supervisor Hilda Solis, and also Councilmember for Whittier, Fernando Dutra. All 3 of those Metro Board Directors represent you through the Gateway Cities COG, through the local supervisors that actually have jurisdiction over this. So I would encourage you to share your enthusiasm for a Business Interruption Fund to be implemented way beforehand. And I think they already know that this is something that's wanted by all the cities in the corridor, but I think it'd be great to have that reinforced as well.
Thank you, appreciate that. If staff would be able to distribute that information, that would be much appreciated. And actually, I did have one more question, and just since you guys are here taking the advantage of the opportunity. So being that groundbreaking is in 2029 and services in 2035, are we talking about specifically for Montebello, or are we talking about for the entire segment?
That all depends. So again, in the presentation, I mentioned that we're looking and we're studying 3 alternatives. The full alternative, which will be environmentally cleared, but the board of directors will be selecting a locally preferred alternative. and that could be any of the three. Again, we're trying to serve as many cities as we can through this project because we know how much of a great benefit this is, connecting to the regional rail and also our regional network. And so at that point in time, the board will decide on the locally preferred alternative, which will be somewhere in the fall.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, if I may, just to piggyback on Jenny's comment, and she's not going to say this publicly, but what she's alluding to is if we really want to push the board, and I know our corridor cities have been talking about that, is to see how we can really push to accelerate the project and see if we can get that built sooner. We definitely have the opportunity to do that. We can always reach out to our board representative from the city of Whittier and our board of supervisors. So there's opportunities to have those conversations. The way it stands right now with funding, 2035 would be the opening date of the line. And it would stop in Montebello, and then by 2050 something.
We're not sure, but we are diligently looking for programming of funding. The 2053 date, that's for the other alignment.
Yes, so what we're hoping for is that we do this sooner than later, and we can all, partake in ensuring that we submit comments and talk to our deputies and board folks to ensure that we can accelerate this. Get us more money.
Yeah, and one last thing I'd like to mention is that, of course, we're going into the public comment period, and also we are going to look at that very diligently in terms of all the comments that we received that will also be considered as part of the design, the LPA selection, the locally preferred alternative. So there's still quite a bit of work to be done before we get to the board for that decision.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the things that's a little difficult about having these conversations now, is that there's just so much that we don't know, and so much that still has to be determined. So it's a great future, but it's an exciting future nonetheless. So that basically concludes my questions. Thank you very much. I do just have two comments, Madam Mayor. I did want to say as a message to the community that there's a lot that's going on in Montebello right now. Obviously, there's major projects like Metro Heights that we're looking at. There are things like the ACE project that we're also trying to ensure the funding for. With this particular project, I think one of the really interesting things in terms of the timeline, the groundbreaking in 2029 and surface in 2035, is that we are also going through our general plan update right now. We have Mr. Rangwala here representing Rangwala and Associates, but we talked a little bit about transit-oriented districts. The general plan is taking that into consideration, but we're really planning for like the economic future of Montebello, a day and age where we're looking at less reliance on fossil fuels, trying to reduce our CO2 footprint by using things like mass transportation. On top of that, we have our housing element that we're also considering today, and just looking at densities and how we really make use of these light rail systems to make sure that we're servicing as many people as efficiently, effectively, and safely as possible. And with that being said, Madam Mayor, finally, just want to comment that I believe the Transit Ad Hoc Committee consists of both not just our Montebello bus lines, but also the Washington Coalition. And so there are definitely opportunities through that ad hoc to talk about some of the issues that the Mayor Pro Tem brought up in terms of outreach to the community. That concludes my questions and comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you both for the presentation. So I serve as a representative for the City of Montebello for the Washington Coalition. It's been great to work with you, Jenny. It's been great to work with everybody at Metro, with the other cities that are also part of this project, and have a really deep discussion of some of the concerns, some of the issues, and some of the project analysis. I know most of my colleagues touched upon some of the questions and concerns that I had. Just bringing it back to the storage facility, is there a specific timeline of when that decision is going to happen? I don't speak for the rest of my colleagues, but that'd be great for Montebello to have. Let's bring those unionized jobs over here, and it'd definitely be great for us to have here, but just wanted to see if there's some type of timeline for that.
Yeah, so both options are being evaluated through the environmental document, as I kind of mentioned in terms of the general findings from the draft environmental document, that there are some impacts to historic resources with the with the Commerce site. Those are the things that we're evaluating, not only from the historical perspective, but all the way through all the outlines that I showed in terms of the impacts related to that one chapter that had a bunch of topics. So as we evaluate that, then the environmental document, along with the locally preferred alternative, is when we would decide on which of the maintenance storage facility sites we would be, that the board will be selecting. And again, we're through the public comment process. We're also looking for comments from the community that will also be considered as part of that LPA selection.
Got it. I have no other comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do you happen to have the date of notification for that federal funding when it's going to be released?
I don't have the date for the specific date, but do note that we do have an entire planning arm of folks within Metro that works specifically on monitoring all the federal funding that would be available for these projects. In particular, they're looking for this project because it serves quite a bit of what we call equity-focused communities, EFCs, and so we're thinking that it can compete well at the federal level, and especially now since those buckets have doubled in size. So we're working diligently, and as part of this, eventually we will be reinitiating the NEPA process to accept that federal funding, meaning that we need the federal environmental clearance for that. So that'll be the next steps following once we have a locally preferred alternative to work with the Federal Transit Administration for that.
Thank you. And I do want to commend you on outreach. I'm a little bit more than that 500 area. I'm off of Montebello and another property off of Lincoln, and I was hit by the Walkman, and I'm on your mailing list and your email list. So I received a lot of notifications, and even before the meeting, it was like a countdown, like in 2 days, in 1 day, happening in 1 hour. So I commend you on that because I'm looking forward to the June 27th and the 29th meetings. And also, thank you for having it virtually, especially what's going on right now in the world of the pandemic and Zoom, and just thank you for having that. Another issue is security, because I know with the parking structure, I know of East LA, where 3rd Street is, there's, or no, not 3rd, by the Sheriff's Department, about a block away, there's that parking structure. And when you're in annex, I know that also brings questionable individuals. Can you address the security for me?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, going back to, parking structures, I think, again, we should have a good conversation and a good dialogue with the community to understand exactly what the needs will be for parking. We have pretty good examples in terms of what we've done in the past in terms of integrating parking into kind of a mixed-use development that would better serve and would provide potentially housing near transit. But nonetheless, a parking structure could be something that we, depending on what the need is, we can accommodate. In terms of going on to the policing, again, we're working hard and we understand that homelessness is a bigger issue countywide. It's not just a transit issue, but we are working hard, and our CEO is working hard to ensure that we're tackling this from a more collaborative approach. So we're working with a homelessness task force to ensure that we work with LA County, City of LA, to start looking at ways to not only bring in the policing aspect, but also the social resources such as public health. So that's also another layer. But we also have, a multi-policing model that's exclusive. So we have our transit officers that are on the line as well. And then we also have contracts with LAPD, LA County Sheriffs, and then further down south in Long Beach. But again, we understand that the homelessness issue, it's really a countywide issue that we're all trying to tackle together.
And if I could also add, we're also implementing a new safety ambassador program. So that's pretty much unarmed, but still they provide the safety and the comfort of being an additional presence on our system. So that's something that is being piloted right now. So by the time this is that this project is running, you'll have it more of a constant. So in addition to all those other services, there also will be something similar, or if not, the safety ambassador program as well.
Great. Thank you. this one. Sorry, our fancy IT. And it's a coincidence that you bring up Councilmember Dutra. The CM and myself have a meeting with him next week. So, and it's all just about the Metro project. So we are hitting the ears of all of our representatives. So thank you. And with that, have a good night. Thank you for coming.
Great.
And
Thank you very much.
thank you so
Appreciate
much
the time.
also. Okay. For the code enforcement update, we are moving it to August 10th, but I am excited for our next presentation, a new city website reveal. Deputy Michael Chi, please take it away.
Can I have the screen switch, please? All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Thank you for providing me this time this evening to provide an update for you on a project I know we can safely say we are all very, very much looking forward to. The status I'm about to share with you represents the culmination of a year's worth of work of staff coordinating from day one with our web developer, and I'm going to take you into where we stand today and where we think we're going to be able to unveil this to the public, and we're very excited about this. So this has been your public affairs team working with our contracted web developer by the name of Intrado, and the product we purchased is called Civic Live. And just so you understand that, when the website does eventually go live, it will say powered by Civic Live. But that simply refers to website, and the term content management system or CMS are interchangeable terms. So what we are using is a content management system, also known as a website. So what have we been doing when we started on this journey? Our objective was very simple, given where we are and the inadequacy of our current website. Our objective was to improve optimization and UX or user experience, meaning the way our website content and information is able to interface with the public and how the public is able to access it. And I'll describe that in just a moment. We have been in a design build process on this website. So in order to make the process go as quickly as possible, we have literally been working with the developer to both design the site and build the site as we've gone along. Part of that process, and the lengthy part of that process, includes migration of data from the old website to the new website. We have experienced a few delays and challenges along the way, one of them being the loss of our fire department's website, unfortunately. So we had to reconstruct all of that data and recreate a lot of that data in order to get where we are today. But we'll see what that looks like. We'll be happy to share that with you. And then lastly, launch target, what everybody is most interested in. Right now, we're projecting August 15th as a full go-live date for this website. We are working actively. In fact, we just met with the developer today. Assuming all of our departments in the process I'm about to describe make considerable progress in their efforts, we may be able to go live sooner. But our target date right now stands at August 15th. So what has been going on? We have engaged in a total content management system upgrade, CMS, again, interchangeable with the word or the thought of a website. Our current website is nearly 15 years out of date, and back-end programming for it is no longer supported or used in modern CMS platforms. In fact, we've been very hard-pressed to even find a consultant who can help us with some of our back-end. Almost everything we do on the current website is done in-house by staff. Any updates that you see, any graphics that you see, everything from copy changes and updates to information on the website is all managed 100% in-house by staff who've had to learn how to do it over the past 12 months. So as I mentioned, this project began approximately 1 year ago. Our first selected consultant unfortunately failed to deliver our desired specs and design requests from the qualified RFP list. So that delayed our process by approximately 6 months because we had to start and then reconfigure. Our current web developer, Entrado, was next on our preferred list. We engaged with them immediately, working with staff. We're at a substantial completion point with content migration and organization. And if you were to ask me to quantify that, I would say we're standing at about 85% of where we want to be with the website. So again, that projected date of go live is assuming completion of the last 15% of the roadway, so to speak. And if we can get there sooner, we will make every effort to do so and try and get there. All department staff are now trained in the use of the current content management system and this website. We have completed multiple trainings and we've worked directly with departments who are now empowered to update the current content management system I'm about to show you directly. Meaning we are no longer bound by having someone on duty or having an IT person available to us. It means when this new website goes live, every department has the power and the ability to update, make changes as necessary immediately, and those changes appear immediately to the public, which is one of the major upgrades of our new site. Completion of our content and cleanup of page arrangements is anticipated by the end of this month. That's one of the efforts we've been very, very aggressively engaged in. A final quality assurance reviews and testing is planned for early July. This is kind of the roadway to get us to go live. And as I said, our anticipated new website is by the end of July. We revised that back just this week, so we're looking at August 15th or sooner right now. One of the key elements of this job has been to consolidate 4 different operating websites on 4 different platforms managed by 4 different webmasters, which was creating a really significant difficulty for us in managing content and updating content. So all previous websites, meaning the city itself, city's website itself, the fire department's website, the police department's website, and the transit department's website, or Montebello bus lines, are now automatically consolidated in this new content management system. Those previous websites will redirect users, so there will be no loss of audience. When we go live, anybody who visits or still maintains those other links will automatically be redirected to our new website. So we will continue to capture users. There should be no loss of users or viewers for that reason. Something very exciting, we have been in parallel process of creating our new URL address, getting registered federally and officially as a government website has been a long and complicated process, and I'm happy to say, with a microphone, that we have received that approval with the mayor's help and assistance in supplying the appropriate written documentations and requests. Going forward, the new URL for us will officially be montebelloca.gov, no longer cityofmontebello.com. And the reason for the CA and not just montebello.gov is because there is another Montebello on the East Coast, and the federal government would not grant certification of a .gov domain unless we are specific about our geography. They didn't want any confusion on that. So montebelloca.gov will become the new universal URL for us, and our email addresses will eventually migrate along the same lines as well too. So we will, email addresses, for instance, like mine will become mchi@montebelloca.gov, as well as all other city staff and employees. Again, parallel tracking with this is our new brand graphic effort, which is also very much underway. And as we near completion of that process in a perfect world, that's one of the reasons for the revision of our timeline, is we think we will be able to bring all the elements together so that when we unveil and are able to go live with the new website, that we will be able to do so with full force and vigor, meaning we will be able to implement the new branding within the website. We will be able to launch with our new URL, and of course, all the content that you're about to see will be included in that. So that would be quite a significant step if it all comes together, and email domains to follow. So before I take a moment to show you the new site, we'll do a live demonstration. It is in our design build mode, so what you're looking at is the actual construction site that staff has been working with the developer. It is not visible to the public at this time, but what you are about to see is what will become eventually visible to the public. And unfortunately, in the design build site, one of the key factors you won't be able to experience is 100% mobile friendliness. We have limited mobile friendliness with our current website, meaning it will orient on certain devices like phones and tablets, but it will not show you full functionality. That shifts considerably with this new website for any device and any type of format, Android, Apple, so on and so forth, whatever the environment happens to be. So it will be much easier for people to use. All city departments will now be housed in a single domain, which improves our metric capture and user interface. So as before, we could only look at metrics from 4 different websites. We had no way to analyze data together in terms of what information or what pages people were visiting the most. It was all separated. It was all broken and tangled. Now it will all be in one house so that we will have a much better view of our metrics, what people are using, where people are going for information, and that will allow us to adapt as well too, which should improve transparency in communications. Fire, police, and transit, as you're about to see, will have unique and specific looks within the single domain and maintain their department identities. So to the user, the police, and that was one of the requirements our original developer could not meet. Designing unique experiences within a single domain, we were able to achieve that with our current developer. With this new website, we are moving to cloud server hosting. We will have virtually no downtime because of the nature of the way the new website will be hosted. And if there are any technical difficulties, we have 24-hour technical support and a training available to all staff users all the time so that problems can be quickly, if not instantaneously, corrected. And from what we've seen so far of other cities and government entities that use these websites, there's virtually no downtime to these websites. When there are technical problems, they usually last only moments and never more than a business day. That is something going to be vastly improved for us. The site incorporates all new third-party applications, including GovQA, our transit mapping app, crime stats, and the addition of our city council document management program, which the city clerk's office has been working on, which is not to be confused with Civic Live, our content management system, but Civic Plus will become our agenda management system and will all be seamlessly integrated into the new website. Also, our public transparency is going to be greatly improved, so we will have instantaneous language translation abilities because there will be a Google feature in this. When you click on that and you click on your preferred language, the website will instantaneously translate for you. And because they're using improved AI technologies, the translations are quite good these days. We will also have full ADA compliance, meaning people who have sight problems or other disability problems looking at or accessing information, all those problems are now technologically addressed in this new website. So in order for us to be able to go live with 100% confidence, we have the following technical integration elements still to be completed. So this represents the majority of our last 15% of the journey here. We want them to be all complete and functional so that our users and our public and our audience have the most robust experience possible. We were able to accomplish many of these things just in the past week. The Montebello Bus Route Live Mapping Tool I'm about to show you has more robust features, user interfaces, and information for our bus riders. Integration of all of our third-party apps through an iframing process, which includes our social media, crime stats, as I mentioned, the Civic Plus document and file management system. Site images and content matching, we are able to update pictures, photos, graphic content instantaneously now, so the website can constantly look like it's refreshing itself. And as I mentioned, the integration of the new brand imaging, if we reach agreement on that. The redirects will all be pointing to montebelloca.gov, and we're preparing for that. And after debugging, edits, and content cleanup, to the extent that we can manage that, if we reach all these milestones, we should be able to go live as intended. So I'm going to switch for a moment, take you to our new homepage. And bear with us because we are in the construction site, if you don't mind. It automatically logs us out, so we're not having anything function. So when people come to the new website, again, some of these tools at the top are for staff in our construction process, but what you're seeing is the actual homepage of the new website. And if this were public facing, I would be able to have you all call it up on your phones or devices, and you would be able to orient your phone in any direction, and you would be able to see this content auto-rotate and auto-orient almost immediately. We've made the navigation much simpler across the top, looking at best practices. We just made some additional changes on these today. When you scroll across any of the net top-down navigation, these will align in a single column, your choices, so it will be a little bit easier for users to see. So this configuration will change. And the photos you see here that we call hero images, they can rotate at our discretion. So it will bring much more vibrancy, color, and attention to things that we want to call out or we want to promote. And we have full control over that content. One of the great features we like here are these things we call quick links, which are icon driven, so they're much easier to identify. They've been arranged in terms of volume of use right now, so you now can see, instead of having to go to a drop-down menu or anything else, the public can quickly click on what they want to find, whether that's a job with the city, whether that's the police department, whether that's the fire department. And I'll show you how those icons function in just a moment. What is not functional right now is this will integrate live feeds from our social media. So this will help us amplify the visibility for posts and content that we share on social media. Instead of actually clicking on it, any user of the website will be able to see our Facebook, Twitter, YouTube posts and content on each of these banners, and it will appear in this window in real time, in live time. So that will help us amplify. As you see, we'll have a simplified city events calendar that will be robustly populated, and this can be populated by any department at any time with any event, and it will scroll automatically to all events. So that's also a feature we know we wanted to make more visible and robust for our users. And as you can continue to go down, this is something very exciting. Paralleling with this development process, we have re-recorded and reproduced all these city tour videos, which have been embedded into the website. And that's actually what you're seeing here live. And if I were to click on any of these, it will automatically open in a new window, and it will take you to a tour of the city in one of our new videos. And they're each approximately 1 minute long.
Montebello's residents, looked after by a dedicated police force and fire department.
I apologize for the sound.
These committed professionals work day and night to protect and serve the health and safety needs of all community members. These departments offer a range of of support.
So I just wanted you to see these. Again, there's a considerable amount of work as we've been working on the website. We were out with video crews, we were out with drones, and all of the footage you see has all been updated with current footage from around the city to be able to describe all these various components right there. So we're very excited about having that video tour component of the website completed and ready when we go live. Again, ease of use, simplicity, these, what we call portlets or tiles within the website, they can all be changed and updated instantly at our discretion. We can change the background photos, and this can be driven by our user metrics. So if we see there is information or services that the public want to use or want to access quickly or more frequently, we have the option of updating or changing these squares or these services. You can see they're arranged right now with information that we believe is most wanted by the public. So that's how it's currently configured at this time.
Michael, on our buttons on the homepage, those will repopulate based on popularity as well?
Based on our metrics, we would change them manually.
So if a lot of people are hitting the Montebello bus line, we can repopulate that to the front. As people start to use it more or frequently, we can rearrange the icons best based on use, correct?
Correct, City Manager. So right now, these icons are arranged here for ease of use. Like, for instance, if I were to click on Montebello bus lines right now, it takes you to their new homepage, which you can see they are all living in the same domain right now, right? Before, this would take you completely outside to a third-party administered and managed website. Now this is all within our domain. You can see they have their own unique look. Their branding is there to represent them. Their hero images all aligned with them, and their navigation is specific to them. But we're all within the same domain now. And then the same thing with user icons for services and information specifically related to riders and users of Montebello bus lines. And then here you can see this page is our mapping page. It's live. And over on the left column here, there's a much more robust array of user services and information because we were able to upload the latest version of this mapping software, which is managed and produced by a third-party vendor, right? So we have integrated a lot of third-party technology into the new website, making it essentially seamless for the user. So there's a lot more user interface and information. And again, all these hero images can be rotated and changed at our discretion. And then what will be a vital use for riders and users of Montebello bus lines are rider alerts, which you can see holding places for them here. But these will now pop up instantaneously and be much easier to view on mobile devices, which we know from our current metrics, by the way, about 50% of our engagement through the website is through a mobile device, and the other 50% is through a desktop. So it's an interesting mix. Usually that mix is more 80%, 20% mobile, 80% mobile, 20% fixed, but we're almost 50-50 in our user base. So that's a look at what happens to the look and feel of a page when you click on it. If I go back and I were to click on the fire department's page, this is their new homepage. We've got an array of photos that were just uploaded by the team, and as you can see, these photos scroll. This is all new, fresh content, this photography, except for, of course, the historical photos. I don't think any of us were around for those. Trying to capture, again, a more robust look and feel and capture the personality of the departments as well, something very, very important to do. And again, their quick links are a little bit different depending on the uses. So we know that public records request and fire inspections are one of the top things requested by the fire department. So here you see those quick links right up top, up front here, and then a little bit of history for the fire department. The chief's message, scrolling down here, and then more messaging. And again, all these boxes and square pieces of real estate we refer to in this dynamic as portlets. And we can arrange and update these portlets at our discretion at any time, which is a big, big advantage for us that we don't have. Photos like these can be rotated and swapped out or updated based on current events or happenings or incidents or anything of that nature, something that we didn't have the ability to do before. And I will show you the bus lines, fire department, now we'll show you the police department. So again, another branded look and feel within the same domain for the police department. Their drop-down menus have been arranged according to their wireframe desires. We just updated and formatted this photograph today, and again, they're quick links for things that we know are popular or frequently are reflected here in these quick links. So clicking on these buttons will take you directly to that service now online. Their descriptions and descriptors follow their crime mapping stack. Again, this is a third-party tool, so this has been imported and embedded into the website to make a seamless user service. And then again, these portlets or these square regions that you're looking at that incorporate either copy and photos or photos can all be updated as needed. And as you can see, they have news squares and updates here that have yet to be populated. They're placeholders right now, but these can be news, these can be information, this can be information about crime or events or incidents that happen in the city, and we have the ability to control and update it all instantly. That's one of the great things we're looking forward to about the website is each department is now empowered and trained to make changes to their pages and their content so that when something happens or something needs to be changed or information needs to be updated, it can be done by the department itself instantaneously, and the minute the change is made, it's published and made public on the website so that the public has almost instantaneous access to it as well. So I'm very happy to share that with you. I'm looking forward to when we can take this fully live and make sure that it's fully functional, and happy to answer any questions for you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Councilor Peralta, any questions, comments?
No questions, just spectacular work done on behalf of yourself and staff. I think this is something that has been highly, highly requested from our community as well as council for many years in having streamlined, accessible access to resources and ways for the community to engage with the city as well as find the information that they crucially need has been of importance. And I know I've had multiple council orals with items asking for placement of information, and it hasn't been able to get done because of the fact that we had very outdated sources of technology that we were working with, specifically with our website. So kind of having this now, bringing us to the 21st century in the ways that we engage with our community is, I think, an extraordinary thing. So just overall, I want to commend everyone who took part in all the hard work behind this. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
Thank you, Michael Chi, and thank you to the team. This has been a long time coming, and I can't believe this. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is I mean, a beautiful piece of work in the work still, but it is unfortunate that it's just happening now, that it took this long, but I mean, I'm not surprised that you guys have done a phenomenal job at just slowly but surely bringing our city back up to what it was, and this is a super essential piece for our city and for everyone around us to connect. This is a great connection to Montebello. Thank you, and I know you have. I see you, Pauline. The rest of their team.
Thank you, council member. It takes a village. I did not do this single-handedly.
I know, I see Pauline back
My
there.
team,
And then I see the
Public
rest.
Information Officer Pauline Aguayo and recent addition Public Information Officer Alex Gilman have been instrumental in this.
Can you please have them raise their hand so our residents know who this team is? Yes, this is this little team, this small team building this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Torres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chief, for the presentation. The thought that comes to mind is that you don't have to be a millennial to appreciate just how big of a change that this is. I mean, just trying to find information, trying to navigate has been so extremely difficult. I mean, I know I've sent questions of how do I find information, and there are things that have been uploaded. Staff has definitely done their due diligence in making materials available, and they're just nigh impossible to come by. So I'm really looking forward to really being able to access things a lot more easily, and excited for our community to have a much less frustrating experience. And then lastly, for any visitors that are looking at coming to Montebello, really being able to on just like the first blush, see that, we're current with the times. I do have a couple questions. I was just curious. I know that this was like a pretty cursory overview of what the website's going to entail, but I did want to ask if it would be able to integrate or link to other resources. And specifically what I'm talking about are things like planmontebello.com, where we have the general plan, things like the ACE project, where there's information as to what that's going to entail. There are some resources. Perfect. There are some resources that are out there, and I don't know if they've been. And it's just a no for you guys. The second was just a question. So if someone goes to Google something and they Google, like, let's say Montebello traffic ticket, are the results, the old results, going to be delisted from Google or redirected?
So our understanding right now, council members, because we will be directing from old websites to this singular website, there will be some time as users engage with the website to be able to develop our engine optimization, our search optimization. So there will be some lag time, but that's a natural component of evolution when we're doing something as drastic as this. So we will have, eventually, it should happen very quickly because everything is a redirect to this new website though.
But the goal is, if you type Montebello traffic ticket and we have information that's in-house that pops up, that they can click it and they know how to pay a ticket or where to go, and it's real to Montebello versus them being sent somewhere on Google.
Correct.
In addition, is having the ability for our app, our My Montebello app, to be linked to the website, where right now it doesn't. So if residents want to submit a comment via website or their phone, the integration is seamless. So now we have both platforms that we can really be robust in.
And that was actually going to be my next question. Is that integration going to be both ways, from the app to the website and the website to the app? So for instance, if a resident Googled, reporting a pothole in Montebello, that would redirect, like, this feature is available on the My Montebello app?
Absolutely. We want to make it as seamless as possible so they don't have to try to figure out how to find it. And that's something from experience we found and looking at other cities. When you try to find something like how to watch a council meeting live, and you type that in and it doesn't take you somewhere, you have to peruse every single place to figure out how to watch a meeting live. Our goal is to make it as seamless as possible for our users, our residents. If there's something that they're looking for all the time, that we make it as easy as possible for them to find it.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Very well done. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to echo what all my colleagues have said, this is great. We've been looking forward to it. We're excited. I like the quick links. It's user-friendly. It seems like there's a lot of information here, so definitely something that we're looking forward to, and we're ready for the launch of it and ready for our residents to utilize all this. So thank you for all the hard work.
Thank you. Maybe I'm a Debbie Downer, but I'm going to focus on 15 years outdated. And before us, that was okay. That was the norm. Right now on our current website, there's past council members still listed as current. And that's like a few terms before all of us. And that's pretty disappointing that it was okay from past administrations, past council, to allow that. So I commend you. January 2019, the three that were on here at that time came to a consensus that we needed a website update. And I think that was one of the first things that our city manager said, let's start this. And it took that long. So things just don't happen overnight. And I thank you for, taking this on. We're going to be transparent now. I love that the crime stats are now going to be official from the police department, because I know there's some residents that like to spread older information, and then it looks like, oh, look, this is new. And then it looks like Montebello is now not a safe community, which that is definitely not the case. I am looking forward to August 15th. That looks like, I'm really happy for that. So thank you to your whole team. And I'm sure IT helped a little, so thank you to them also. Thank you. But yes, this is great. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you again, Deputy Director Chi.
Thank you, Mayor.
With that, item 13, we have Capital Improvement Program, Director Enriquez.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We're gonna go from our virtual infrastructure to talk about our physical infrastructure, specifically about our capital improvement program for our street paving program. I'll give you if I could get the presentation up. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I'll give a very brief update on the status of our inventory. During the budget study session and back in April, we looked at the unveiling of our very first geographic information system, GIS, database on various infrastructure systems. I'll give an update of where we're at in populating the data on that. That'll help us make decisions on programming street projects going into the future. We'll take a quick look at what our annual transportation funding sources are and the amounts. A sneak peek at our very first crack at looking at our total need in terms of street paving of our current infrastructure system, and some of the resurfacing options that we're going to be looking at. Next slide, please. So what you see here is a screenshot of our GIS system. So we've mapped the entire system, and off to the left of the screen there, we're entering a bunch of different data in there about the condition of the street, how old it is, when it was last worked on. So what you see there is a categorization of our system in terms of how long it's been since the last time we did any kind of resurfacing on that street. So you'll see it's listed in terms of segments, and a segment basically represents a city block. So our system consists of about 1,130 segments or city blocks. So you see it categorized there in terms of how long it's been since we've done a project there. In basically segment or periods of five years. So a couple of things, some good news and bad news on this slide. You'll see that the good news is that as you get towards the bottom, those are the newer streets, and you see the percentages off to the right of the column there. So we have done quite a bit recently. So that's the good news. The bad news is, as we're collecting the data, you'll see the very last item there labeled other. That means streets that we haven't yet identified. So we have no idea how old those streets are yet. We're going through a very painstaking process of looking at engineering plans, literally 100 years of engineering plans through our files and gathering the data to feed into this. So my hope is by October that most of that data will be in there, and we can go through an exercise of coming up with a plan for the next 5, 10 plus years of paving projects. Next slide, please. So if you add the projects for this coming fiscal year 22-23, I'm happy to report that after this next fiscal year, we would have resurfaced almost a quarter of our total system. If you add a couple of arterial streets that are not shown on here that part are paving the way, it'll certainly get us above 25%. So literally in the last 5 years, and paving the way had was a big chunk of this, more than half. literally in the last 5 years, we will have resurfaced more than a quarter of our roadway system. Next slide, please. So a little bit about our transportation funding sources. And these are all non-general fund, by the way, and they're referred to as special funds. We get some from the state as well as from Metro, and most of it is sales tax based. So you'll see the first two are gas tax. The top one is original gas tax. The next one is the newer gas tax that's referred to as SB1. And then the next four, Prop A, Prop C, Measure R, and Measure M all come from Metro in terms of local return. If you see the total there, we get almost $8 million a year in these funds. However, in the red shown on the bottom is the money we actually have available year to year for a couple of reasons, and you see them in the comments there. For instance, in gas tax, we use about $300,000 for O&M contracts for things like street sweeping and traffic signal maintenance. Also, you'll see for Prop C, Measure R, and Measure M, we show the annual debt service on that table. So that was a 20-year commitment, I believe, going out to 2040. So. And then also something to note that Prop A is a very restricted fund, that it's very difficult to pave streets with that. It's mostly reserved for transit facilities and services. And that's about $1.5 million that we get every year. So what we're doing with that, because it's very difficult to spend, and our transit department does a very good job of getting monies from all other sources, is we're in the process of setting up a capital reserve account with Metro. And the idea is that money would become available for enhancements to the East Side Rail station and surrounding area when that project comes to fruition. That'll also help avoid any of that money lapsing and go to the use for the station. So when it's all said and done, you can see we have about 4.2 million every year for street paving projects. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about our future need. And I've drawn a line of streets that are newer than 15 years and older than 15 years, only because the newer ones is more of a maintenance routine. We should be doing an annual slurry program. On the agenda today is a project for your consideration that is a slurry that'll slurry some of our newer streets. We should be doing that every year. So we've drawn that line, and now keep in mind this is in terms of just segments. So I've had to make some assumptions because we haven't, eventually we'll load actual square footage for each of the streets that'll help us come up with more accurate estimates of the work that needs to be done as we start assigning the type of rehab that each street would need. But if you make the assumption that each segment is about 22,000 square feet, which is the average square footage of a city block, with the 719 segments of the 1,100 and plus that are older than 15 years, and that includes all the unknowns. Assuming those would need to be total reconstruction, you're looking at about $111 million of need in today's dollars. So let me first explain, when we're deciding how to rehab a street, there's different methods of doing that, and from the most expensive and to the lowest, they're listed on this page. So obviously reconstruction is the most expensive. A grind and overlay would be next, and then slurry seal would be the cheapest. So going on that estimate of the 719 segments that are older than 15 years, if you were to assume that they're all, that a grind and overlay is appropriate, you're looking at about 55 million in need. So once we sort through these and come up with a recommended rehab, essentially what this means is that we have our need right now is somewhere between 55 million and 111 million in today's dollars. So if you compare that to the 4.2 million that we have each year, I mean, that translates to a 20-year to a 40-year program. And then obviously we'd have to include inflation if we're going to stretch it out over that period of time. The next slide, please. Next slide. So this brings us to a pavement process that is called HIRAP that we've been using. And we've talked a little bit about what macadam streets are, and we have a lot of them in Montebello. So shown there in a sketch shows what a macadam street is. It's a method of pavement that actually dates back to the 1800s, named after a man named John Macadam that came up with this pavement method. And it's essentially layers of rock of different sizes, from the biggest rock to the smallest rock up on top. And originally, there wasn't even asphalt on that. It was literally like small gravel and dust that was the top of the street. And that's the way it was done in the 1800s. Eventually, somebody figured out, and when asphalt became available, we can coat it with tar and asphalt, and you control the dust. Incidentally, that's where the term tarmac comes from, because once they started coating it with tar, it was tar macadam, shortened into tarmac, and it was initially used a lot for airports. So when you're at an airport and they refer to tarmac, that's where the term comes from. I thought that was interesting. You don't get a lot of interesting in engineering, so I had to throw that out there. Now you'll think of me every time you're at an airport. So I just wanted to give a little description of some of the rehab options that we'll be considering as we load more information into this GIS database, and then eventually first working through the street infrastructure committee, and then eventually to the council. My hope is that by the next CIP round, that we'll not only be considering a CIP program for the year, but looking out at least 5 years, if not further. So the next slide, and this time we're going to go from the easiest, least expensive, just for the benefit of the public of when they see us out paving, what they're looking at. So next slide. So the easiest, quickest, and least expensive is slurry seal. And just what you see in the picture there, they're literally painting a new coat of thick tar on top of the street to seal it, because what you're trying to do is seal the cracks to prevent the water from getting down in, which is really what deteriorates a pavement. Next slide. A grind and overlay. I think we've all seen these big grinding machines out on the street grinding asphalt. And with this, you're literally just grinding off 2 inches of the existing asphalt and then replacing it with a layer of new asphalt. Next slide. And then the most expensive and most intrusive, as I think we've experienced on Beach Street this last week, complicated by some very unexpected rain today. But that's when we literally rip off the entire asphalt down to the dirt and then build it all back up from the bottom up. And that brings us to the next slide, which is HIRAP. The Paving the Way program included HIRAP. This is a very new type of pavement. We did about 100 streets of this, and I think they're about 2 years old now. I think we're relatively comfortable with the performance of this. And the key here is that this particular type of paving is about the same cost as a grind overlay, which helps us avoid the cost of a total reconstruction. So it's about half the cost of a total reconstruction. But the key is, going back to the macadam streets, is you can't grind and overlay a macadam street because that layer of asphalt is so thin on top that if you try to grind it, the whole thing falls apart. With this particular paving program or method, and again, we're slowly identifying all the macadam streets in the city, but just starting in one single neighborhood, we've identified at least 40% of the streets in that neighborhood are macadam. So this is going to be an important tool to be able to pave our streets at a reasonable cost. And that concludes my update. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Director. Councilor Peralta, any questions, comments?
No questions, just thank you so much for the update on the capital improvement project. Or I guess one question would be is that I know through conversations with our city manager about the work to conduct like a 5-year capital improvement project, which will allow us to kind of envision the needs that we will need to invest in, as well as opportunities to find funding prior to those years that are to come. What is that timeline as far as having something for council to review?
At the rate we're going right now, and I have 2 staff in the office that are literally all day long looking through plans to try to populate the GIS system. I hope to have most of that data in by October, at which time we can go through the exercise of figuring out how many streets we believe need to be reconstructed versus a grind overlay or high wrap, put a number to it. And then based on monies available, we can come up with how many streets we can do each year. We'll be able to prioritize them in terms of the age of the street, the condition of the street, and other metrics, so that we're hitting the streets with the most need first, keeping in mind that generally you want to try to lump them in neighborhoods so they're not all spread around, and it's very inefficient for a contractor to do one street on one side of town and do another on another at the other end. So based on all those metrics, we can come up with what the program would look like. But based on the $50 to $100 million need with the $4 million available per year, it's going to be longer than a 5-year program. So
No, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for that update. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Thank you, James. I'd like to see these visuals and our streets getting fixed. And I do have a question, not specifically to this, but how many members do you have on your team now?
I currently have 2 entry-level engineers, an assistant city engineer, and myself. And we have an intern that's actually a Montebello resident that was a summer worker, what do we call them? Summer youth employee last year, and she's an intern this year. So
Just 5 people.
so
right
five people.
And we have how many streets right here?
There's a little over 1,100 in the inventory, and they can probably do about 25 to 30 a day. Sometimes I got to give them a break though, because it's a little tedious.
I'm so sorry. I hope we, before we start fixing the rest of our streets, that we could help you build a team that can help us get that. Yes, yes, the budget to make sure that we get on this faster. I know you guys are highly efficient, and you do great with the amount of folks you have, but I'm excited to see our streets. I mean, just our city overall. I do have a question about Beach Street, because that's one of the things I was thinking about last night when we heard, or early in the morning with this thunder and the rain that came. What happens now with Beach Street? Because I drove past there yesterday.
With respect to the rain, you mean?
Yes.
So it slowed us down by a day.
Okay.
Because dirt is harder to compact when it's over, when the moisture content is too high. So the areas that got puddled, they literally have to dig them up, put dry dirt on to recompact. So it slowed them down by a day, but hopefully they'll start paving tomorrow, if not Friday.
Thank you. Thank you, James, for this presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Torres, comments, questions?
2 questions, and actually this ties a little bit into my council orals that I have later. So this will be a little bit of a mix. I was wondering if there is going to be a comparison between the capital improvement projects that have not been completed, that the city has committed to in the past, and what we've actually been able to accomplish. Going by the comments from at least one resident, there were some guarantees, I'll call them, made, or at least some idea that they could expect certain kinds of construction. And from our last meeting, I think my understanding was that the capital improvement projects, that one of the items that we passed basically said, hey, we're starting over. Is my understanding correct there?
That we're removing them from the capital improvement program, or?
I think, James, what Councilmember Torres was referring to is prior to us arriving, there might have been some promises made on road projects that weren't memorialized in any type of CIP. And are those projects that were discussed in the past going to be part of the future CIP projects that we're going to be presenting? Or we're not starting from scratch, we're looking at need, right?
So in the time I've been here, any project that was in the CIP program is still in some form of delivery. There haven't been any that have been removed. I think the only exception is probably Vale Avenue, which was originally included in the Paving the Way program. It'd be my recommendation that we don't pave that, because that's one of the main detour routes for the grade separation project. I don't think we want to put a bunch of money into paving that, and then it's going to get torn up by a detour. With the exception of that, all the other streets that have been part of that CIP program have either been constructed or are in some, they're either still in design or in construction.
Definitely, I appreciate that. And the second question would be, I'm honestly, I think, a little shocked to see how low the numbers come in, considering that the Montebello Boulevard, the Montebello Boulevard project cost $6 million for such a small segment, and considering that paving the way at $25 million bonded, seemed to make a good kind of dent in paving in the city, but not maybe as large as one would hope. Being that we can pave the rest of the city for $55.5 million, either through high wrap or grinder overlay, and then of course, not considering that some streets may need to be reconstructed, is just kind of interesting. So I was just curious about, and maybe this is a question for the city manager, what bond opportunities there are to get this completed on a quicker timeline than perhaps having to wait 40 years.
There's different financing tools that we can use. I think once James kind of puts the package together and kind of figures out what the real number is, it'd be great to maybe have a special study session with the council and kind of map out the next 5 years and see how fast you want to accelerate. We want to use financing, or we want to just do it over time. Obviously, we're always going to recommend doing it now than later, because the more you wait, the higher the cost is. So yeah, we definitely would want to look at all our financial tools, whether it's a bond or a loan from the state or any types of funding we could get. We certainly can talk to the council.
Thank you very much. And just want to comment, I love etymology, so thank you for the history lesson on where tarmac came from. And Madam Mayor, that concludes my questions and comments.
Thank you, Councilmember.
If I may just add to that. So one thing to consider is in that number, most of those streets that are in that 719 are actually residential streets, because we've, as you've alluded to, we've paved a lot of our arterials fairly recently. And we still have a project to pave all of Whittier Boulevard, literally from one end of town to the other. The rest of Montebello Boulevard up to the grade separation, the rest of Beverly. So that money's already part of paving the way, and it's not included in here. The only arterials that would really be left are Olympic Boulevard and Greenwood down from the grade separation. So most of those numbers are in here are residential.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you. Just want to thank you for the presentation. And this is a year of public works, so I know you're going to be busy. You're going to have more support, and we're all just very excited to continue getting our streets fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Enriquez, you mentioned that there was 2 staff members that were had GIS knowledge. Can you give us their names? Is that
So
right?
The GIS was initially put together by my assistant engineer, her name is Samantha Chanelia. So she's the one that learned how to do this and started the mapping. And the intern, her name is Marissa Hernandez, she's been trained to load information in there. So she's spends most of her day looking through plans and figuring out what the data is to put in for particular street segments.
Can you please thank them for us, because I know they took it upon themselves to learn it, and I know it's not cheap, and I know spent countless hours just characterizing which streets hadn't been touched in over 40 years, which streets had the highest grade level of a C-. Everything else has been C-, Ds, Fs. So thank you. Please thank them for that.
I will pass that along. Thank you.
I also wanted to point out that they were non-general fund dollars. Everything that you, on your slide, so I don't know if you can put that, or if Director Chi can have this put on our website, even though it's older, or share it on our social media platforms, that it's non-general funds, and show that Prop A money is actually being spent on streets, not like past administrations would sell it off to other cities for pennies on the dollar to balance the budget. We didn't do that. We actually used it for our streets. And so I don't know if you can share that on our social media. And also thank you to your entire staff for doing this. It's countless hours. Thank you to my colleagues who actually supported it from the beginning, not just at the end going live. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, if you can please read the rules of decorum along with the statement of oral communications. Yes.
Yes. Before we jump into public comments, I've been asked to review and read the rules of decorum. As established by Ordinance 2443, approved in October of 2021, signs, placards, banners, horns, noise-making devices, or other similar items shall not be permitted in the audience during a public meeting if the presence of such items disturbs, disrupts, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. All persons attending a public meeting shall remain seated in the seats provided unless addressing the body at the podium or entering or leaving the meeting. No member of the audience shall willfully interrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. This includes clapping or otherwise speaking from their seats. The presiding officer, which is the mayor, shall direct the removal of any individual whose willful interruption renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. In the event the removal of the individual or individuals willfully interrupting the meeting does not restore order, the mayor may order the meeting room declared and continue in session. And that is also provided in the Brown Act. Speakers shall not engage in willful conduct which interrupts the meeting or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person who becomes boisterous while addressing the council or otherwise disrupts the orderly conduct of the council's business may be subject to the removal from the chambers after being admonished by the mayor. That is the rules of decorum for our meetings in the city of Montebello, City Council. We can then jump into public comments. Anyone, a member of the public, may address the City Council on items that are on the agenda. At this time, this is public comment period for both non-agenda and agenda items. Any speaker who is called or has turned in a card has 3 minutes. State law prohibits the City Council from taking action or entertaining extended discussion on a topic not listed on the agenda. Please show courtesy to others and the council and direct all of your comments to the mayor. We do have written public comments for non-agenda and agenda items. We have also a comment on a public hearing for the housing element, which I will hold until that public hearing item. We do have Ms. Iser, who does wish to speak on the various public hearings, so I'll hold her card for the public hearing items. But we can start, Madam Mayor, if it's fine with you and the council, with the one public comment, written comment.
I believe there's 2.
There's one in my packet, so there'll be one more.
Will the Deputy City Clerk please read the...
The first comment is from Ray Moreno. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I would like to respond to a comment Councilman Torres said at the special meeting. He was bragging about how he and Peralta took first and second place in elections they won. I want to remind Mr. Torres, when he ran the first time he lost, he was in sixth place. It was thanks to you, Madam Mayor. When Mayor Kimberly endorsed you for the first time, you won only because of the people she asked to vote for you. I didn't vote for you the first time you ran, and seeing how disrespectful you are to the mayor makes me regret you were elected. As for Peralta, no one knew who she was. The only reason she was elected is also that we, the residents, trusted Mayor Kimberly and thought you'd be honest and help her improve our city. Both Torres and Peralta proved powers corrupts. But trust me, we, the residents, won't forget your betrayal. Also, for the love of God, let Peralta use her phone. Without it, she just says, over and over. It's just so obvious both Torres and Peralta are being coached. Once they didn't have their phones, they were quiet and didn't ask a single question, which was nice not to hear Torres rambling on and on. I'd like to thank Mayor Kimberly and Pro Tem Jimenez for voting yes to fix the streets in the south of our city. Torres votes no. Councilman Melendez was ill and Peralta was a no-show. Maybe was still partying in Ensenada again. Torres voted no to fixing the streets in the north, but was front and center taking pictures after the streets were fixed. We see our city moving in the right direction, and the city has hired more police and firemen, which is good news. I've been a resident for many years and have seen both good and bad elected council members. It makes the residents sad to see the way Torres and Peralta disrespect the positions they were trusted to hold. But rest assured, we won't make that mistake again. If you both run for re-election, all your bad actions will be told. It's not too late to do the right thing and work with your colleagues and act like professionals, not like spoiled brats. Please do not give out my email information. Thank you. Second comment is from Susan Karapetian. Good evening, Mayor Cobos-Cawthorn, council and staff. I'm writing because of a problem I have occurring at Henry Acuna Park every weekend. There is a large group of people holding soccer meets every Saturday and Sunday. Problem is the noise factor. It starts at 7:30 a.m., people yelling as they set up the nets, etc. Then during the games, the whistles continuing blowing during games and blow the horns blasted also. People are yelling, cheering, etc. My question, are these soccer matches legal use of City Park? Do they have a permit? If no, would someone come out and stop the games, please? Our parks should be used for the pleasure of community to sit and enjoy the outdoors. I'd like to thank you, Madam Mayor, for the improvements we are seeing around our city. Good job. Please don't pay any attention to those few people. They are not the majority of residents that do support you. Please do not release my information or make public. Also, bond parties with music late into night with big tents. Sincerely, Susan Carpetian. That concludes our comments.
Sorry, we then move to requested speaker cards, those that have turned in their speaker cards. These will be called in the order presented, and also, just as a reminder, each speaker has 3 minutes to address the council on both agenda and non-agenda items. The first speaker card requested, submitted is Carlos Avetia. Please step forward, sir. Thank you for your patience in waiting this evening. You have 3 minutes to address the council, and your time will begin now, sir.
Good evening. My name is Carlos Avitia. I live on Bluff Road. Adjacent to my backyard is Reggie Rodriguez Park. I've had issues with the eucalyptus trees that border my wall to my backyard. Since 2020, I've been making attempts to request tree trimming. I didn't know who exactly to speak to, whether it's Public Works or Parks, and round I went, and I think it's Public Works. At that time, I think the superintendent, if I'm not mistaken, was a Mario, I forget his last name, but I felt like he just gave me the runaround nonstop for a year. finally in 2021, last year, around this time, someone came to actually take pictures of from my backyard of the tree that hangs over into my property. And they said someone would contact me. I was excited. I was like, finally, something's getting done. They said they would contact me. I never heard from anyone ever again. Again, I kept calling. Nothing's been done. Just recently, I finally spoke to someone that came out, Rick from Public Works. He said he would speak to his superintendent and that he would give me a call because he took pictures and agreed that the eucalyptus trees, it looked unsafe. It's a hazard. There's branches hanging over. I have a 3-year-old at home that loves to be in the backyard all day, every day. And he says, yes, it's a hazard. And the amount of trash that falls onto my backyard and my pool, I can't keep up. I sweep one day, the next day, I have a picture here if you guys want to see. This is like daily basis of how much trash falls onto my yard and my pool. On top of that, my pool equipment's getting damaged. My pool guy said, hey, like, I can't keep up with this. I'm gonna have to charge you more and more every time that I come because your filter is filthy. I have to clean out your filter. Usually it's only twice a year. I have to do this several times a year. So it's to the point where I don't know what I have to do. Do I have to sue the city? I don't know what I have to do. I'm here to hopefully get this fixed. Like I said, like Rick told me that eucalyptus trees that they're known to have branches break off. Like I said, this falls over, the branches go over into the backyard of where my son plays every day. So God forbid anything happen, that would, let's see, I think that's about it. Like I said before, it was a Mario. Okay, that was it.
Sir, before you go, I think the mayor wants to give you her card, and also Mr. James Enriquez is behind you. He's the Director of Public Works. Please reach out to both of them. They will contact you and work with you on trying to find a resolution.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience this evening. The next speaker card is from Joseph Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez? And you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Basically, just 2 questions regarding this upcoming election. For the districting, I understand in previous elections, we needed to get 20 signatures from residents. Madam Mayor, do we have to get 20 signatures from my district, or is it 20 signatures from the whole city? I don't know if you or the attorney can answer that. I know you can't interact with me right now. The second question I have is notifying the post office for flyers. Am I gonna notify the post office for my district and give them the boundaries? Or is the city gonna notify the post office and say, hey, this is District 5 boundaries. So when I go to the post office and ask them, hey, I'm running for District 5, I need to submit my flyers, they already know the boundaries? Basically, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you want me to address that now? Okay, yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. In terms of the number of signatures, the nomination papers and for local jurisdiction require a minimum of 20, not to exceed 30. And now that we are in a by-district process, those signatures must come from registered voters within the district as opposed to the entire city at large. Well, concerning post office boundaries, I'm not quite sure of the question, but in terms if there's mail to be submitted or sent to from candidates through the mail, it really is the responsibility of the candidates to determine who resides or who's registered within their district, and it generally will not fall upon the post office to identify or define boundaries. I hope that addresses both questions, and I'll move on to the next speaker card.
I believe also that the county has received the map and they are going to GIS our map. So they will have electronic version of boundaries. So I'm I'm sure there'll be an opportunity to receive those files and share them.
And as we go through the election nomination process and pulling of papers, city clerk's office will also be providing maps to candidates. Yep.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Yvette Fimbres. Ms. Fimbres? Thank you for your patience, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight in my personal capacity and First Amendment right. At the last regular council meeting, a woman who frequently comes up to speak during public comment to spread rumors, lies, and viciously and maliciously verbally attack council members Torres and Peralta, and in the past, Jimenez and Melendez, asserted that I and my husband get paid to be on the DePaul Center Advisory Committee, and pointed towards Councilman Torres as being the one who appointed us. So I'm here tonight to set the record straight and let the truth be known. Quoting the book of Isaiah, then everyone who has eyes will be able to see the truth, and everyone who has ears will be able to hear it. I have here a written and signed letter from Sister Amy Bailey, Vice President of Community Planning for Mercy Housing, who states in the letter she confirms the DePaul Center Future Planning Advisory Committee is a volunteer body that with an advisory purpose. All members volunteered to participate and committed to spending 2 hours per month in a meeting addressing the role listed in the letter. Members of the committee receive no compensation, are not appointed by elected representatives, and are free to express their opinion. Again, this is in writing from Sister Amy Bailey, and for the record, the City of Montebello's Planning Department provided the list of emails to the Los Angeles Neighborhood Initiative of whom to contact to participate in the advisory committee. The assertion and false accusations made time and time again by this person during public comment does so, in my opinion, to stir up conflict. A perverse person stirs up conflict, and a gossip separates close friends. Proverbs 16:28. That is the word of the Lord. Our city has little civic engagement as it is. My husband and I are participating as we are actively involved residents and believe it is our civic duty. Some council members want separation by districts and classify us as South and North. Our family view is we live in the city of Montebello. Thank you, Councilwoman Scarlett Peralta and Councilman David Torres, for your continuous work to make the city staff accountable and being transparent with your work. You are to be commended for your professional conduct and are sincerely appreciated by residents. Once again, then everyone who has eyes will be able to see the truth, and everyone who has ears will be able to hear it. Thank you. Can you take this for the record?
The next speaker card is from Joella Valdez. Ms. Valdez. Again, thank you for your patience, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. May it please the dais. Madam Mayor, tonight I respectfully ask for the chair of this dais to refer to the rules set forth in the Brown Act and the city ordinance to enforce decorum and respect during city council meetings. When the Ralph M. Brown Act was signed into law in 1953, California state legislators wanted to shine a light on local government and prevent deals from being made behind closed doors. 1953 was a different era, and the legislators at the time did not have foresight and could not predict the lack of respect and decorum taking place today in city council meetings around the state of California. They could not predict the vile, the rude behavior of people who do not attend public meetings to protect their rights, but rather they attend to be disruptive as a crude form of entertainment. Today, I'm encouraging this body to respectfully set forth guidelines as allowed by Section 54954.3 of the Brown Act that ensures that individuals making public comments are consistently held to the same rules and guidelines, that people who wish to speak about issues germane to this body and its agenda are allowed to do so,
without being confronted by gadflies who have no purpose other than to thwart the advancement of the community of Montebello. Please put these disruptors on notice so the city can return to the business at hand. There has to be rules set forth by the council, including speaking out of turn. These outbursts are not funny. They're not entertaining. They're a disrespect to these chambers, to this dais, to our city, and the residents who actually live here. The normal, everyday working residents of Montebello are not entertained by this. We don't care about which council member receives the most applause, boos, or heckling. We want our council members to pass policies that ensure that we have clean streets, safe neighborhoods, parks, resources for our elders, our children, clean air, better drinking water, parking, and relief from the train noise and traffic. Again, I implore the chair and city attorney to not only set forth, but also enforce the rules of the Brown Act that mitigate this type of disruptions and disrespect during council meetings. This is a time to conduct city business, and no one, not our council members, staff members, nor residents should feel unwelcomed or intimidated to participate in the process and to make our voices and concerns heard. Thank you tonight for hearing my plea.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the next speaker is Linda Nicholas. Thank you for your patience. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, chiefs, and staff. My name is Linda Nicholas. My address is on file. I am so happy the Director of Parks and Recreation, David Sinowski, has so many great events planned for our community on Saturday, July the 2nd. It's been many years since the last firework display was held in the city of Montebello, and thanks to you for the great job you are doing for our community. Hopefully, moving forward, this council will vote to ban all fireworks, legal and illegal. No more selling fireworks. The nonprofits will be upset, but too much damage is caused because people from other cities come to Montebello to blow off their fireworks because they're not allowed where they live. It's illegal. I read in the Whittier Daily newspaper, in the city of Whittier, the penalty for lighting up fireworks is $5,000. That's why so many come to our city, and our fire and police department do not need more calls because of outsiders. Please consider this for next year. No more selling or of use for legal or illegal fireworks. Also, I read Mr. Torres's oral regarding Montebello Municipal Code 2.16.020.E, compliance issues. How many times is he going to beat a dead horse about the compliance issues? The council voted on quarterly reports, yet he continues to demand monthly reports. This is the second time. I will again remind you. The property taxes are paid twice a year. Impossible to give a monthly report. The Board of Equalization gives an approximate amount of sales taxes, not actual numbers, of sales tax revenue that are given quarterly. Again, impossible to provide an accurate monthly report. On a positive note, I'd like to thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing back the military banner. I have heard so many good comments. Many more want to purchase banners for military people, United States military members. That's my understanding. That's what those banners are for. Also, I am so glad the roof was replaced this morning at City Hall. I was listening to that story and I thought, wow, I'm so glad that they're not having buckets to fix. And I still have time, so I want to address that lady that just came up. Funny thing is, we weren't evil when she asked for letters of recommendation when she wanted to become a personnel commissioner from you and Moon, Madam Mayor. Also, when her husband wanted to become a police chief, she asked you, Madam Mayor, for a letter of recommendation so her husband could get the job he got as the chief of police of the school district in Norwalk. And you were interviewed. We weren't evil then, I guess. Thank you.
The last speaker request is from Alexandra Briceño. Thank you for your patience. You will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here to acknowledge Ms. Yvette Fimbres' engagement in our city and to request that we encourage this level of civic engagement. Yvette Fimbres, she volunteers with the Hearts of Montebello. She volunteers at the YMCA. She volunteers at a local church here in Montebello. She also raises funds for the National Latino Peace Officers Association. She also volunteers at the American Legion Auxiliary. Whenever the planning department asks for community members to give their input, Ms. Fimbres is there. She attended every housing element meeting that was open to the public. She also attended the Parks Master Plan. Yvette is just believes in being civically engaged. It's what she believes. And so she is an exemplary role model of what it is to be an engaged citizen, a good Christian. She's a good friend to many in our community. We should not discourage good citizens like her from taking part in our community and city functions. Ms. Linda Nicholas made false allegations about Yvette Fimbres and her husband. Ms. Linda Nicholas, you said that they were getting paid to serve in the DePaul Center's Planning Advisory Committee. And you said so with absolute certainty. You repeatedly, on a regular basis, make false claims about others. Why do you make false claims that only serve to disparage good, decent people like Yvette and like her husband? Ms. Nicholas, please don't use this forum to disparage and discourage good, civically engaged citizens, because in Montebello, good citizens like Ms. Fimbres are desperately needed. Instead, let's encourage more folks to get involved. Let's be more inviting. That concludes my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
And Madam Mayor, that concludes the requested public comments at this time.
I did want to make a comment. Ms. Valdez, I guess she left, for holding this council, myself, accountable. Because I know we as a council have been limited in our ability to conduct business due to the ongoing outburst, select few community members who are more interested in the agitation than the actual advocacy. So this has led me to the decision to strictly enforce the rules of decorum as noted on the agenda. Prior to each meeting, I have asked, like tonight, the city attorney reiterate the rules to make this sure that every individual or organization wishing to participate will have the opportunity to do so without fear or without intimidation, just like they did at this meeting. Anyone attempting to harass or cajole a speaker or member of this body will be provided with one warning before being asked to leave the chambers. So I ask that you continue to respect your fellow community members, our employees, and the body, as well as this legislative process. And that concludes my comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That takes us then to staff communications on items of community interest.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to have Dave Tisnowski, our Parks and Rec Director, update us on some events that are going to be happening in the next couple months.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, just some brief announcements. As you know, no regular scheduled meetings in July for council, so we want to go over some of the upcoming events and kind of highlight what's coming up in the next month, as the city manager stated. So there's 2 opportunities left for the community to come out to our certified organic farmers market. Farmers Market on June 23rd and 30th. They're both from 5 to 9 p.m. at the Wells Fargo lot or 777 West Whittier Boulevard. So there's live entertainment as well as the certified organic farmers there, as well as artisan crafts, live music, as I mentioned, and activities for kids. So don't miss out the last opportunities. We'll be back in August, but we want to thank everyone in the community who came out throughout this series. It's been very successful at our new location. So I want to thank our members of the council subcommittee for helping us select that location, as well as the support of the council body. This Saturday, we're happy to host the second annual Stride for Pride 5K and Resource Fair with the Run Montebello Run group. We'll have over 100 runners around City Hall, going up to Lincoln in a safe route, guided by our police department. So we want to thank the chief and the police for helping us out with that safe route there. So come out this Saturday. The folks can still sign up through the Run Montebello Run group for a $10 donation. And we'll be out there from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at City Hall for the kickoff. As alluded to earlier, we have an exciting announcement that we're bringing back our Independence Day Spectacular next Saturday, July 2nd. This is something that's been, I think, 14 years in the making. We want to thank, again, City Council for their support on this, and City Manager as well. And that's going to be at the Grant Ray Park again, like it was in the good old days, from 2 to 9:30. This time, we're actually making it more of a family event. So in past, we've had just the fireworks show and some mild entertainment. We'll be having 4 live bands, including the Wise Guys, ending the show from 7 to 8:30 p.m. with the fireworks show kicking off at 9 p.m. So folks that are interested in coming out to that, there is limited parking at Grant Ray Park, but if you've seen our social media feed, we do have several free shuttle locations, including La Merced down the street, as well as ATC High School, Montebello Intermediate, Taylor Ranch Park, City Hall, and Chet Hollyfield Park. So the shuttle will run every 15 minutes from those locations, 2 shuttles from 1:30 to 10 p.m. So, and if you can't make it there, if you live close to there, within a mile, you'll probably just look up and see a good show at 9 o'clock. So we're excited to bring that back to the community. Another huge event in line with the Parks Make Life Better Month, Saturday, July 30th, second annual Downtown Street Fest, featuring Poncho Sanchez, as well as the Wise Guys performing again that night. And we'll have 8 live bands performing between 2 stages, both the main stage on Whittier and Montebello, as well as the smaller community stage near the beer garden on 6th and Whittier. So great event. You'll see a lot more publicity on that coming up next week. We're excited to host this for the second time. Going through my list here, Mr. City Manager. Movies Under the Stars. So there's 2 more movie nights. Friday, July 8th, featuring Soul and Encanto, Friday, August 12th. Both start at 8 p.m. with the gate to City Park ball field opening at 7 p.m. for seating. So we have a newer screen that we haven't got to unveil that I think we purchased 2 or 3 years ago, and we actually have movies back again post-COVID. So I'd like to invite the community out and just to really reference our newsletter that's out at all our facilities that is mailed to all homes because it has all this great information. And really, we're going to announce the job fair. I'm gonna keep rolling, okay? And if I mess it up, Lupita, let me know. So this Saturday also at the Kathy Hensel Youth Center, we're proud to host. Transit is hosting a job fair featuring opportunities for folks to apply for jobs and live interviews. If you want to be a bus driver, that will take place at the Transit office, 400 South Taylor Avenue. But all the information booths for City, Parks and Rec, we're hiring rec leaders, 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as both information on sworn and non-sworn positions for the fire and PD will be at Kathy Hensel. That's at 10 a.m. this Saturday. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't let Chief Paul Espinoza talk about the National Night Out. So thank you for the time, City Council. We have a lot of great things, and please look at the newsletter that Public Affairs puts out because all the information's there. Thank you.
It's a good thing we didn't turn on the timer.
Yeah, one last event, and I'm very proud to have it come back. From what I've heard, it's done probably better here than a lot of places, even in Southern California. So National Night Out, come Tuesday, August 2nd, from 6 to 9 p.m. right back here on Victoria Avenue. And it sounds like we get up into the thousands sometimes, so it should be a great event. So looking to add to that, we're going to do stuff a police car. We're going to have some food trucks out there. Another bike registration, hopefully I can get some bikes donated, another good bike giveaway. Some of our police department demos, our dogs, our SWAT team will demo some stuff. Neighborhood watch info, and then also with that, we're also going to be doing a movie in the park. So I'm really looking forward to it. As I've said, from everything I've seen and I've heard, it's done better here than most other places. So that's something to be proud of.
Are we going to dunk the chief?
We're going to dunk the city manager and then the chief, so hopefully you wear your arm out. So we'll do both. Thank you.
I'll bring my swimsuit.
Thank you. With that, the first item of
there are
business.
too many easy lines to follow up on, but I'll leave that alone. Madam Mayor, this is time for public hearings.
If we can combine item number 14 and 15 for the public hearing, and then we'll vote separately.
Yes, we will take public comment on, well, Madam Mayor, with your permission, you will open the public hearing at this time?
Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 9:06.
And unless there's any questions from council, we'll open the public comment period. The speaker requested is Margot Iser. Ms. Iser, this is on 14 and 15, which are I better announce them, my apologies. This is consideration of adopting resolutions number 22-48 and 22-49, which are public hearings confirming the fiscal year 2022-2023 engineers report for the annual Natasha Lane Landscape Assessment District number 2005-1 and levying such assessments and including the confirming the engineers report for the annual Natasha Lane Sewer and Storm Water Pump Assessment District number 2005-2 and levying such assessments. It relates all to assessment districts within the Natasha Lane properties. Ms. Iser, it's yours.
Yes, I wasn't
You have 3
aware.
minutes.
Can I make one quick comment about number 13, about the street payment? Please, 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 before spending any money on that massive endeavor, get out there, have everybody out there, ask the residents of every area of the city what streets they use regularly that actually need repaving before doing technical things and that's really important. Get all those people who really live in the city and use the streets to tell what streets really actually need repaving, okay? That's important. This public hearing, I really need to have an explanation of what is Natasha Lane and why is it always requiring all this money to be spent on it? What makes it so special? I truly, honestly, maybe have lived here a while, but I've never really gotten an explanation. So maybe as part of this public hearing, you can inform us what is Natasha Lane and why is it always needing so much money to deal with it? It's bothering me. I just realized when I looked at the agenda, and I didn't realize it was a public hearing. So maybe in the public hearing, we could get an explanation of what is Natasha Lane? Why is it always asking for so much money? Okay, and special things. I'd like to know that, and maybe that could be part of this public hearing. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, if I may briefly address the question. These are annual assessments that are passed on to the residents who reside within those properties. These are not costs. Well, these are not costs that are borne by the city, but these are costs that are passed through to the residents or the owners. And this process is required by law, and that's why we have the public hearing. That's why the engineer provides a report to the city council. And I should indicate that by adopting these resolutions, the city council is confirming those assessments upon the property tax bills for those parties. And Ms. Iser, I don't look to get engaged. You asked a question, I answered the question.
No, it didn't answer the question. I don't understand what makes Natasha Lane special and having to have this done all the time. If somebody could explain that to me.
Mayor, if I may.
A minute,
that would
City
be
Manager.
really helpful.
Yeah, this is a project back in 2005 that the city council approved a housing project. And in doing the housing project, there needed to be a sewer installed with the pump station and also some landscape improvement. So the council approved the project with the condition that the residents would pay for the landscape and the pump. And the city's role is to collect the money so that we can pay the bill for those services. So as the city attorney mentioned, the services are borne by those residents. They pay for it. Our role is to make sure that we're upkeeping with the cost. Every year it costs more to maintain the pump, maintain the landscape, and we bring to the council an engineering report so they can see what the new cost is, so they can approve the cost so that the tax collector can collect money in their property tax for those residents.
Oh, okay. I never really understood that, so I appreciate, and maybe
You're
I
welcome.
did too. Thank you. And there's one other thing. Maybe you could turn the air conditioning down sometimes. It's always been a problem here. It's cold.
No.
It's warm up here. Okay, with that, Madam Mayor, it's appropriate to bring it up to the city council level. If there's no questions, a motion to approve these two items would be appropriate.
So I'll close it at 9:10. And this matters at council level for a motion. Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Mr. City Clerk, can you please?
This is for 14, well, let's do 14 first. Yes.
And then we'll do
15 separately. City Clerk?
Oh, can you note that Councilmember Torres is not in the room?
We'll go through roll call.
Councilor Peralta,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez,
Aye.
Councilor Torres, Councilor Melendez,
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn.
And I vote aye.
And the record to reflect that Councilmember Torres has stepped back into the room. Do you wish to vote on item 14? You vote aye? Yes, and then note the
Voted
aye. That's 5-0, Mayor. It is passed.
Okay, now on to item 15.
Item 15 again, council level, we need a motion to approve.
Can I have a
Make the motion.
Okay, can I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez,
Aye.
Councilor Torres,
Aye.
Councilor Melendez,
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn.
And I vote aye. That carries also unanimously.
The next item on the agenda is item number 16, which is consideration to adopt an interim urgency ordinance number 2450, excuse me, establishing a 45-day moratorium on the establishment, expansion, or modification of warehouses, distribution plants, truck storage facilities, and related uses within the city of Montebello. I'm not sure.
Mr.
Renee,
City Manager,
is there going to be a
is there
staff
a
report on this, or?
Yeah.
On item 16, we'll take any questions. The staff report gives the information. This is a 45-day moratorium that we're asking the council to allow us to analyze these types of uses. We've with some of the uses that are sort of not consistent with our future general plan and our housing element, we're asking us for the council to give us 45 days to study this and bring back to the council a synopsis of that study.
Okay, I'll go down the line. Councilmember Peralta, questions, comments?
Yes, I do have I believe, 2 questions. First of all, I know that the citywide moratorium will lead to a study to be conducted. So just trying to understand if that study and the policy guidelines that are going to be conducted, is that going to be done in-house or is that going to be through a consultant?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. That will be done in-house by staff. So we would look at opportunities where we could subvert, property owners from developing warehouses where we believe there's locations for housing.
Okay, and then just to finish off that question, so then there wouldn't be a need for allocation of additional funding to conduct that study?
That's correct.
Yeah, not at this time.
Okay.
Maybe after the 45 days, if something comes up that we feel requires more analysis, we'll come back to the council for that request.
Okay, I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez. Questions, comments? None. Councilmember Torres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2 questions. First, I'm just curious how this issue arose, if there are any specific examples of activities or projects that give rise to these concerns?
Actually, there was an instance where there was a proposed tilt-up warehouse on Washington Boulevard on the eastern portion of the city, actually near Bluff Road, in between, I think, Carraway and Bluff Road, and it was adjacent to a residential use. And the property owner, we were going back and forth with staff about whether or not it was a heavy trucking use, and staff had done their due diligence and determined that it was a heavy trucking use. And the property owner basically came back and said, well, I could just go through a site plan review for a warehouse because it's a permitted use in the CM zone, which isn't necessarily correct, but it would have inevitably put us in a situation where, we would have had to, get the city attorney involved. So I think this allows us to explore ways where we can avoid those types of proposals.
Thank you. And just to confirm and clarify a little bit of the language, I believe that's in the resolution. It says that a report is going to be coming back to council 10 days before the expiration of the moratorium. So that would be in 35 days. And that would be before this comes back to council for a possible extension, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. And lastly, The item mentions that this is an immediate threat to public health and safety. It talks a lot, or it talks in part about traffic and about heavy trucking. And so there have been complaints about from residents about heavy trucking routes or drivers using residential streets instead of the heavy trucking routes. And so I was just curious if along with this study, if we would also be able to include ways to address this issue, whether that be through signage, whether that be through reporting protocols or opportunities, like a hotline and a phone number, something along those lines. And then what a lot of times this comes down to is enforcement, right? We can put all the rules that we want to on the books, but if we don't have either the manpower or the time, or if it's not a priority, then all of these things mean nothing. With that being said, Madam Mayor, and I understand that my colleagues still have to speak, but I would like to amend the motion to approve this item to include that the report include recommendations for regulating the operation of commercial vehicles on residential streets, including signage, reporting protocols, and enforcement.
We haven't, it's not at a motion level, but when we do, I think that would be appropriate to include that. I think next in the queue is Councilmember Melendez.
Councilmember Melendez.
I have no comments.
Okay, back up to, do you want to state your motion?
We do have one public comment also.
Oh, let's go to the public comment.
Ms. Heiser? This is on the moratorium item.
No, I think I made a mistake. It's found the wrong number.
Okay.
I might have written the wrong number. I wanted to comment on number 17. I don't.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. Now it's at the council level.
And
Let's
Mayor,
close the public hearing.
Mayor, members of the council, I do like Councilmember Torres's recommendation. I just want to be clear that we have 45 days, so I don't want to come back to you with a shortchanged analysis. So if it's okay with the council, we will definitely look at it. And on that 45 days, if we weren't able to analyze it as thoroughly as we'd like to come back and extend that if that's possible. That could even be a separate item beyond the moratorium, if that's okay with the council.
And thank you, Mr. City Manager. Yeah, of concern, because as I understand, the request is to have staff also look at the impacts on commercial vehicles. Is that correct? What I would suggest, Madam Mayor and Council, is we adopt the urgency ordinance, and then as part of that, also give staff direction to return with additional studies and information regarding impacts created by commercial vehicles and how this might all fit in and tie in together. So it will still be part of the analysis, but I think because it's not part of the urgency ordinance that's in your packet tonight, if we can deal with that along with the amendment to the motion.
And let's close the public hearing at 9:19. Are you okay with that amendment?
Yeah, and so just to clarify, I mean that is the intent. So the specific motion would be to adopt staff's recommendation in number 1, and then as for 2, taking such additional action as may be necessary, adding in the request for studies and recommendations on commercial trucking on residential routes, with the understanding that the intent is to try and deliver that within 35 days. If that's not feasible, or if that's not complete for whatever reason, that staff would bring that back when it's ready.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Yes,
I'll
I second.
Okay, Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez,
Aye.
Councilor Torres,
Aye.
Councilor Melendez,
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Coughlin.
And I vote aye. That carries unanimously. On to item 17.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 17 is consideration of adopting resolution number 22-52, approving the housing elements update for the 2021 through 2029 planning period. This is the 6th cycle regional housing needs allocation.
Okay, we have a staff report by Director Palumbi. Welcome back.
It'll be a two-part. I just want to make a quick, so the proposed housing element before you today is a major step forward in the ongoing efforts to comprehensively update the city's general plan and address the city's housing needs for all income levels while complying with state housing law. This has been a collaborative effort between the city's team and the California Department of Housing and Community Development, as outlined in the staff report. It's a lot of hard work has gone into preparing this document. And I just want to go ahead and recognize the amazing team. Monica Mercado Rodriguez, who's here, she's our planning manager, Kaiser Ringwala, and there's a few staff members who aren't here, Stacy Morales, Daniel Ruiz, and Michael Donovan, who all worked very hard on this document. So I just want to basically, say that it's important to note that the housing element is the only element in the general plan with a deadline that is imposed by the state and with consequences for non-compliance. For this reason, staff has focused on working closely with the state in an effort to prepare a document that is compliant with state law to ensure the city is not subjected to scrutiny or challenges in receiving available grant funding. In addition to accelerated zoning requirements, there are consequences to not having a compliant housing element. I would also like to note that there have been approximately 24 public meetings associated with the general plan update, which is now over 60% complete, and 8 of those meetings were specifically related to the housing element. And lastly, in addition to potentially being the second city within the county of Los Angeles to have a certified housing, which is huge, right? I mean, that's says a lot for the team. We're excited to point out that the city will transition to an 8-year review cycle, whereas previously the city was in a 4-year cycle for non-compliance. So we're excited. So at this time, I'll go ahead and hand it off to Kaiser Ringwala. He'll give a presentation. Thank you.
And Mayor, well, Mr. Rangwala comes up, I know Joe's being a little humble on this, but the day Joe and I traveled to Sacramento to address state HCD with our housing element that we were in non-compliance with, and getting the folks from HCD to just listen to us and understand our plight, and we committed to them that we would be definitely better actors and we would be in this situation. And the fact that we've come this far from a 4-year cycle to a potential 8-year cycle is completely transformable. And, I want to thank Joe and Mr. Rangwala and all our staff. This is an amazing feat. We were at a city managers meeting last week, and a lot of my colleagues were complaining that they haven't been able to get through HCD, and they've all failed to get their elements approved. And the fact that we're here tonight is quite frankly amazing. So without further ado, Mr. Rangwala.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and city manager, community members. It's great to be here again, giving you an update, but hopefully this time seeking your adoption of an important document for the city, the housing element. If I can help the slides up, please.
Can we start the slides, please? Just a second, our deputy's out of the room.
Let me proceed, because I think the slides will catch up.
Great, thank you.
The cities all over Southern California and California are going through a number of crises. Next slide, please. And this is the housing element. And obviously, we are all aware, sadly so, that cities around Southern California have a housing crisis. Affordable housing primarily. And it's only recently in the last 4 or 5 years that we are seeing visible manifestation of that housing crisis on our city streets, on our city parks, under the bridges, along the riverbeds, that we have really begun to get a visual connection to this, as opposed to just knowing that this is there and you write off your mortgage check or you write off your rental payments. But it's not just about housing, is it? because quality of life has a lot of other aspects. It's about providing access to parks, it's about providing access to schools, to quality streets, to wonderful shopping, all of the things that I learned about your city that are happening just sitting there for the last 2.5 hours. All of those things coming together and parlaying it with the housing and connecting it with housing so that it can address and put this city and shore up the city's fiscal health. It can address some of the infrastructure concerns that most cities have. It can address the congestion concerns. It can concern the concerns that come from pandemic, not just pandemic, but also health. Health, primarily physical health, the amount of premature deaths that we are seeing as a result of the lifestyle that we've gotten used to. The issue of race, and the way I defined it as the issue of caste, and the inequities that we have that are baked into our systems. And it's not just baked into our safety systems, but are also baked into our zoning laws and our financing laws, which affect housing. And finally, the existential crisis of climate and the way it would affect Montebello, because you're not along the coastal city, it would be droughts and the fear of fire. And we're seeing manifestation of all of those things. So how can the housing element, why am I talking about this? How can the housing element address all of these things? Well, it's not a panacea, but it certainly gets us further along the way. Next slide, please. And I hope to cover some of these topics. But the beauty about doing the housing element now, and I know you're doing your general plan after 35 years, but it is priceless to do the housing element when you're doing your general plan, because you can talk about all of those things that I just mentioned. Because it's not about housing, it's providing about quality of life that goes with the housing and making that experience complete of creating a wonderful place, creating wonderful streets, providing parks, and providing quality jobs and making those jobs accessible. So the fact that we're doing the general plan at the same time we're doing the housing element allows us and puts us in a very enviable position to address all of these issues in our housing element. Our housing element, remember, is part of the general plan. So it resides in the general plan, but oftentimes cities don't get this opportunity because the general plan has been already updated and they're working on the housing element in isolation. So this is a unique opportunity, once in a lifetime, and that's happening in Montebello, and I want to underscore that. And then you'll see that it has been addressed in such a manner in the housing element. And next slide, please. The other unique thing about the housing element, and this one in particular, it's based on community vision. It's not a numbers-driven exercise, because that's what it tends to boil down to, saying you get the numbers from the state gives those numbers to SCAG, and the SCAG says, use the cities, have to provide this number. Your number is 5,779 units. Go provide it. But in our case, we took that as an opportunity to create a vision, a community support vision. We worked with the community for a period of 1.5 years through a number of meetings and trying to understand the areas within the city, the specific geography of the city, the areas where change is more likely, areas where that are stable, where change may not be as desirable, and trying to understand what the assets are, the existing assets and the proposed assets, and how they can be connected and viewed together with a green infrastructure, and then laying down that map, and then trying to understand, well, within the neighborhoods, where are the opportunities for growth? Where can we direct growth? And it happens to be on your corridors. And we can do all of this because we're doing the general plan. We have the entire city up for assessment. So we took a careful look at all of the corridors. We took a look at the downtown areas. We took a look at the properties that you have along the freeway and identified sites where the growth in the short term and in the long term for the next 20 years can be directed. And next slide, please. So what you see here, and I know this is a smaller scale map, but I just want to, and we'll come back to you with the general plan for an update, but I wanted to present to you some of the things that we're working on that, again, parlay with the housing element. What you see on the left-hand side is a citywide illustrative plan that shows the growth occurring in the next 20 years. It may occur in the next 20 years, it may occur in 2 or 3 lifestyle, but it shows a built-out scenario of where that growth could occur. And then you see a downtown map that shows opportunities in the downtown can be realized, and where growth can be directed, and where the housing element is pointing out growth along with T Boulevard. Next slide, please. So in the short term, in the next 8 years, which is the housing element cycle, the sunshine for the housing element is 8 years. The city is projecting 5,778 units. And over the next 20 years, 25 years, that number is 16,985 units. So again, these are numbers that are in the housing element. The 8-year number is 5,778. The general plan numbers are close to 1,700 units. Next slide, please. And just for comparison, the existing number of units in Montebello are 19,999. So you have about 20,000 units. You have a number of projects that the Planning Commission and the City Council's already approved. So you're already way ahead in providing a variety of projects within the downtown area and just outside the downtown area within your corridors that provide affordable housing units. So you're well underway of implementing the housing element, not just planning for it, but also implementing at the same time. Next slide, please. I think you may, did we jump one? Can you please go back? One more, please.
Go back a slide?
Yeah.
Oh, can you go back a slide, please?
Not that far back.
Oh.
Anyway,
Okay.
so the 3 main focuses in the general plan, and if you can catch up to the.
Is this the correct slide?
No, ma'am. Yeah, that's good. So now let's go one at a time. One slide, please. Ahead.
Go one forward?
Who's directing it? Who am I talking
He's
to?
in another room.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
So there are 3 focus areas for the housing element and the 3 major attempts. The first one, and this is all towards affordable housing, the first one is to just build more homes. And under that focus, we're in the 8-year window proposing 5,700 units and then 16,985 for the next 25 years. And the next slide, and the one after that. So the second focus, after we need to build more homes, but then we'll also need to preserve what we already have. We need to preserve and enhance existing homes. Much of our housing stock was built over 30, 35, 40 years ago. So it's an aging housing stock. Unfortunately, this is a housing stock that was built at the turn of the, it was built post-war housing stock. So it has a threshold, it has a life cycle of 30 years. Within the 30-year life cycle, it needs to be updated, it needs to be maintained. So a number of these housing units have obviously issues with maintenance that need to be addressed. So there are some code enforcement programs that are specific to those maintenance issues that are part of the housing element. In addition to that, in this housing cycle, you have 6 developments, multifamily developments that provide affordable housing. 3 of those developments have 373 units that become ripe for losing their status for affordable housing within this housing cycle period. Let me explain. So there are 373 units within these 3 development projects that you see on the screen, and these projects would lose or would risk loss of their affordability because they would now be, they could potentially be turned into market units. So this housing element requires us to identify those units and create programs so that those units can continue to be maintained. And here's some stats, just why maintaining units versus building new ones seems to make sense. Within LA County, affordable rent is approximately $1,000. The difference between what the household can afford for a median rent for a 1-bedroom unit, which is $1,450, is $450. So each of the units is subsidized to the tune of $450 because the market can support $1,450. The affordable rent is $1,000. So if you add that up for 373 units, it's roughly $2 million to continue to maintain those units, right? But if you had to replace those 373 units, that cost is phenomenal. It's $144 million. And that makes a case for why we need to maintain what we have and have policies, programs in place to maintain the affordability of the units that we have within our community. Next slide, please. So the 2 maps are showing the different locations within the city where growth is being directed. The one to the right is the housing element map, which shows the locations that the housing element is proposing in the next 8 years. And again, that number is 5,778 units. The different colors are showing on the map to the right are showing the properties that are colored green are the ones that are zoned currently. So any developer can go in and propose their project subject to just site plan approval. The projects that are colored in blue are the ones that are in the pipeline, and that includes a range of projects. That includes projects where there might be some preliminary discussion or preliminary interest, all the way to it's in the entitlement process before the Planning Commission, or it's being reviewed by the city staff. And then what you see in red are projects that require rezoning. And these projects would come before City Council because the rezoning is a legislative action that requires City Council approval. Similarly, on the general plan, you're seeing the entire growth, where growth will be directed for the next 20, 25 years. And again, it's all along the corridors because the corridors are properties that are highlighted. Now, we are not highlighting specific properties. We're just saying these corridors are ripe for redevelopment, and it can occur as market forces bring those properties into the market for redevelopment. And those properties add up to roughly the 17,000 units that we mentioned. Next slide, please. So when we talk about fiscal impacts of land uses, this map is not showing, by the way, building heights. It's just showing the productivity of a parcel. If you recall the presentation that this council received from our fiscal consultant, he talked about productive land uses. There are land uses that are more productive because of the pattern of development than some of the other patterns that you see. So for example, the most productive building in Montebello is the bank building at the corner of Montebello and Whittier. It produces to the tune of $18 million per acre. You compare that to some of the larger buildings that you have along the freeway, they are at least 30% or 20% of that value. So we want to look at productive land uses, and this is looking at the short term, which is the housing element threshold, 8 years. We're talking about $3.1 billion worth of productive development, just focused on the corridors. And the scale of these developments are consistent with the scale that you currently have, which is 1 or 2 story buildings, perhaps a 3rd story element. So we're not talking about tall buildings. We're just talking about more productive land use or more productive use of the land, as you see in the bank building at the intersection of Montebello and Whittier. So in the long term, this is talking about a build-out that gives you $5.7 billion. Now, in comparison, the city's property currently is valued at $6 billion per acre. So that's your current portfolio. And you're talking about doubling that in the next 20, 25 years, potentially, with very focused development. We're not touching the neighborhoods are as they are, very focused development approaches at critical intersections and along the corridors. Next slide, please. The other strong focus in this housing element, and this is coming from federal regulations as well as state and HCD, really strengthening the application of the Affirmatively Furthering Housing Act locally. Just as we were working on the housing element, we received a 60-page guidelines on how housing elements will address segregation. And if you think about what is the connection between housing and segregation? Well, you think about zoning. Zoning is creating segregation. It's creating classes. It's creating separation of land users. You think about financing and think about redlining. Well, redlining is actually suggesting where a person can get loans for specific homes and where they cannot because of their race. There are certain provisions that are in our private deed regulations all the way up to the 1960s that prohibited certain caste of people, certain race of people from living in a community. And this is true in LA. This is not just true, in LA, but nationwide. So it's asking, because these are government-supported policies. Zoning is a government-supported act. So it's asking the government saying, hey, you have baked this into your system. Now you need to work your way out. You need to affirmatively take action to root this out. Next slide, please. So the Zoning Act has in its worst form, created segregation, where you have one class of people or one race of people living in one area, and then you have a separate caste or income or race or living outside in a separate area. And what we are looking at is not just integration, moving them within the community, but how can we create an inclusive environment where they are throughout, where they have access to all of the resources that are available within the community. So that's the goal, is to create an inclusive community. Next slide, please. So we have a two-part approach in this housing element. One is to increase affordable housing in high resource areas. And there are some high resource areas, and I'll show you a map where those are in the city. And the second one is to increase the resources in low resource areas where affordable housing is currently existing and where new housing is being proposed. Next slide, please. So this is and I don't expect you to read this, but this is a table within the housing element, just put up here to share with you. The numbers that we received from HCD and from SCAG, the city's obligation was for 5,186 units, and we have accomplished that. As you see in the table, the different distribution of units at the different income levels is shown at the bottom. We were obligated to provide 1,300 units as very low income, for 700 units for low income, 777 for moderate, and 2,388. This is the obligation. This is what the Montebello had to provide to comply with their obligations. And then the map that you see is showing areas of opportunities. So the blue colors, the dark blue and the blue color is areas of high opportunity, and the green color is area where there are low resources. So again, the two-part strategy is to provide housing, affordable housing in high resource areas, so they have access to resources. And then in the low resource areas is to increase the resources so that all of the units within Montebello have access to similar resources, not just the areas that are highlighted on this map. Next slide, please. So there are three basic goals to the programs that you see here. The first one is conserve and preserve the housing units that you have, because we know the cost of housing to replace those units is incredibly high, and then to increase the production, to increase the sites, and to identify the sites and increase the number of affordable housing. And the last one is to increase choices for all, and that addresses the affirmatively furthering housing to provide housing for all. Next slide, please. So to achieve this goal, we have 15 programs within the housing element document, and I'm happy to answer any question or highlight any one specific program. But these programs are intended to increase the supply of housing, affordable housing within the city, to protect and preserve the existing supply that you have, and to further housing and to remove some of the constraints, both governmental as well as non-governmental, and to affirmatively further housing for all. Next slide, please.
Kaiser, is this the last slide?
No, I think I have one or two more, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you.
This is just reiterating what Joseph was saying. There are 88 communities within LA County, and we all have our story about Montebello, the housing element, the condition of the housing element about 2-3 years back. You were at the bottom of the list, and now you're moving on to be in a very elite group of people, and with that, as Joseph mentioned again, if you don't have a compliant housing element, you risk lawsuits. You risk the courts acting over and taking over your building permit process in many cases. And there are some cases there are fines that to the tune of, or fees to the tune of $100,000 that could be imposed. But in addition to that, the bright side of the thing, or the bright side of the coin, is that you now become eligible to access some of the funding that's coming, not just for planning, but also for implementation. There's a lot more work in this housing element. The work doesn't stop in this document. Actually, the work begins now. And there's a lot more funding that we need to access. And the sooner we access it, we are in a very elite group of people. And the competition is going to get intense. So this is the time to do it, and this is the time to adopt it and go after those funds, both for housing as well as for transportation. I think that's the very last slide, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Peralta, any questions, comments?
This is an amazing accomplishment. I know that the city has been in the past, has not necessarily submitted their housing elements. And so to accomplish this right now is really great, and just commending the work that you have put forth, as well as staff that has taken the time to work with the agencies involved. I think seeing that this is over 200 pages, and I think this is the first time we see it in its completed form, I would just like to ask my colleagues to just consider if there is an opportunity to continue this to July, which is, a few weeks away. If that doesn't interrupt with the deadline, I think having an opportunity to fully digest and also be able to ask just clarifying questions would be important, as this document would be adopted, I believe, for 7 years or so. So that's just my comment, and hopefully my colleagues consider that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Thank you. Thank you for all your work, and for working with our staff. And yes, it's for me, it's exciting to see that we've moved. I feel like it's rather quickly, actually. So I have nothing else, but thank you.
Councilmember Torres, questions, comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would like to reiterate first, I'll say thank you very much for getting this prepared, Mr. Rangwala, and to the whole team. Obviously, this has taken an incredible amount of data and research, and it's one thing to get the numbers and see the picture, but it's another thing to conceptualize what the future of a city is going to look like over the next couple decades. So to that end, congratulations on the work done so far. There's a little bit left to go in terms of the housing element, so we're very, very much looking forward to that. I would like to reiterate my colleagues' comments, and I'll be making a motion to the effect that, council, this is the first time that this is coming before council, and I think that there's some pretty significant policy implications in this document. It's about 270 pages. From my understanding, the report isn't due until mid or late July, and even if council provides just a slight opportunity to review the full scope of this, if we can go back to the presentation, I do have a couple questions, and I think this is part of the conversation that I would like to mull over a little bit more, and perhaps also for my colleagues' consideration. If we can see the slide on, first of all, the I think you mentioned the 3 buildings that have 373 units that we can maintain as affordable.
I'm sorry, I don't have control over the slides.
If staff can please put up the deck slide, please.
Sorry, fancy IT, everybody, apologize.
While that's coming up, Madam Mayor, with your permission, can I
please
perhaps try to clarify about the deadline? We're already past the deadline. We're already in violation. And the race is on to get this as fast in compliance as we can. The deadline to adopt this was February, but because of the new changing legislation, we came to you with this document in a draft format, I think in November. And since then, we've been just polishing this, working with HCD for the last 4 months on just getting the language right and to their liking. But this is the second time you're seeing it, and we're past the deadline, so it's not that we have some more time for adoption. We're late. But so are 87 other cities.
Is that the slide you were requesting, Councilmember Torres?
No, it's the slide that talks about $2 million. There we go.
Oh.
And this is just for my colleagues' information. I think this is a really important concept that goes often overlooked in affordable housing. There's a lot of emphasis and a lot of attention that's paid to building new housing stock and trying to find the land to to accommodate affordable housing. It comes into our conversations when we talk about new projects and, how do we allocate a certain portion of this, and developers on their side are thinking, how do these projects pencil? This concept right here, I would just like council to really pay attention to, because from some of the numbers that I've seen, we're losing affordable housing faster than we're building it. And what I mean by that is that a lot of times when you're building these projects, you enter into affordable housing covenants saying that we're going to keep these units affordable for so many years, 15 years, 30 years. At the end of that period, as Mr. Rangwala stated, those units no longer have to comply with affordable housing covenants. They can go up to market rate housing. That is, I think, one of the main drivers of the reason why people lose their homes, is because as soon as that covenant ends, the landlords who have already kind of been locked into this scheme, seeing properties all around them shoot up in value and shoot up in rent, are still forced to maintain the prices that they not the prices necessarily, but maintain the scheme that they entered into 30 years previous. So just as council thinks about affordable housing and building new housing, this concept of maintaining what we already have in our affordable housing stock is an extremely important concept. If we can advance the slides to the map that shows which lots have been identified as potential sites for development, pipeline, and whatnot. Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. Mr. Rangwala, I think this would be a question for you. I was just a little confused because the Metro Heights project, as far as I understood it, was included in previous cycles. This diagram seems to indicate that 851 units would be basically eligible or included in the numbers for this next cycle. So I was just wondering if you could clarify that.
Councilman, could you please repeat the description of the site? Which site is this?
Sure. The Metro Heights project, that green area in the upper right there, it says there's 851 units that do not require rezoning. I thought that was already included in a previous cycle.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was the phase 1 that was included. So what we are representing here is phase 2, which was just entitled recently.
Okay, which is actually extremely exciting, because when we're looking at this, the 5,000 unit number, to think that, the 1,200 new units that we're building don't apply at all was pretty disappointing. So it's nice to see that almost 900 units here are going to be put toward that number. And then last, actually, I have 2 more points. If we can advance to the table and it might be the subsequent slide. There's a table that has pipeline, what's already zoned. Yes, this table here. Thank you very much. And this is another thing that I wanted to point out to my colleagues, just that I thought was a really, that kind of went against my initial concepts of what we're trying to do in terms of like supplying this housing stock. If you look at the totals at the bottom of the area that's kind of in the dotted red area there, income capacity, we're actually looking at more units for above moderate income than every other category, and in a couple instances, I think almost more than all 3 categories, very low, low, and moderate income combined. And so this was just an interesting observation to myself to consider that a lot of times in Montebello, we ask, why we don't have certain kinds of housing in Montebello. We talk about trying to raise the area median income so we could attract stores like a Nordstrom's, like a Trader Joe's. And so as we go about development, there's absolutely a need. And I think as millennials, we can definitely identify with this concept for very low and low income housing as people are trying to establish their careers, as they're struggling coming out of the pandemic. We're looking at 2,000 units essentially between low and very low income housing. But at the same time, there is a massive opportunity for above moderate income housing, which is totaling almost 2,900 units. And I guess to be completely transparent to the community, and I think that this is a little bit of a sensitive topic, but just in seeing how these units are allocated in terms of income capacity and where they're located around the city, I think that's just a conversation that council should be prepared for moving forward. Because if you take a look at where the above moderate income units are located versus very low and low income units, you start to see what I think is a little bit of a pattern. Lastly, and last comment, and thank you, council, for entertaining my comments so far. Just design standards, I think, is something that Montebello sorely needs. Driving up and down our streets, either there are designs that are completely outdated. I think it's actually in our municipal code that we're supposed to have a color scheme that's basically tan, which, along with all the pavement that we have in the city, makes for a little bit of a bleak outlook. So I think that there's definitely an opportunity for council to adopt design standards that are modern, that are vibrant, that create an exciting community that's walkable and attractive, and a place where visitors want to stay. And so to that point, Mr. Ringwell, I was just curious, in the housing element or in the general plan, if council will see design standards for either districts or areas?
Thank you for that question. I think it's incredibly important to again point out the difference here, because the design standards that you're creating are tied to a specific place, and that place is defined by the community vision that the year and a half process that we've gone through. So our design standards that we will create, the short answer is yes, we will create them, particularly in the downtown area and along the corridors, are tied to a specific place because we have a housing element in a general plan that has called out what that place is. So you'll be further ahead than any of your neighboring communities because theirs is not tied to a specific place. It's based on an abstraction. So clearly, I think you're further along, and the design guidelines will be part of the general plan and the specific plan effort. And then following that, the coding of the corridors. I believe the design standards are also being prepared for the residential areas within the community through a grant that has been received by the city. So there's some work already going on along those lines. If you'll just allow me to again indulge in the question that you made about council focusing on the areas, it reminded me that we should not see the housing element as a one-time deal, saying you do it now and you adopt it and you forget it. It's a dynamic document, and at best, it's part of the general plan. And there's about 40% of the work that's still remaining on the general plan. So if you come back in July and saying, I want to change this, we can do that. Because the general plan's open. The general plan open for the next almost year. So we can go ahead and make those changes and still have a compliant housing element. Adopting it tonight allows us to go after those grants more aggressively and start the implementation work that is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ringwallow. Madam Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the team putting this together. To all my colleagues for sharing their concerns, their issues, and making statements about this item. I do think this is an extremely historic moment, and I think it's to be the second city in LA County to approve their housing element, and shows that we are above standard in making sure that we're meeting what we need to meet to be able to be compliant. And as Mr. Rangwala mentioned, this is not the first time that we see this document. We've seen drafts of this before. Maybe we haven't seen this specific presentation, but we've had this information in the past, and to make an informed decision like today. So I think an excellent point that you made is to not confuse, the housing element with the general plan. The general plan there's still going to be modifications. There could still be some changes. There could still be some suggestions. So I think that's important for all of my colleagues to know that could still change. But it's important that the housing element gets approved today. There is an urgency. We are delayed. And in the past, we haven't been in good grace with the state of California, so we kind of have to go above and beyond and comply and be one of those first cities, because with all honesty, we haven't done that in the past. So I think it's key for us to make sure that we pass this housing element and that we become the second city in LA County to be able to approve this item. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaiser, for the presentation. Appreciate all your work along with all of our staff, the long hours. I just want to highlight non-compliance and violations. We've been doing that for, we've all inherited that. And I don't want to be that administration. I don't want to be that council that is okay with violations and non-compliance, because that's what they did in the past. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing at 10:07. I apologize, Margot. I thank you for waiting this long. You're up first.
Thank you. I didn't actually realize it was a public hearing. My main thing is, in honor of Parks and Recreation Month, et cetera, please, please, please do not compromise what we have already here. That's also something that's very needed besides affordable housing, is the golf course. The Montebello Public Park Recreation Green Open Space Area must not have any incursions into it of housing. And that would be something you could just eliminate immediately. Anywhere near it, it should be allowed to be a golf course, public park, recreation area, and that would give our city a really attractive feature that people would come to more than they would come to affordable housing. So the point is, that's my main thing about this. Just take out that little, it looks like a little purple blob on one of those things that shows houses or something next to the golf course, which I think would compromise it. And I think that needs to be, or there was something I even saw that had some up on top of the golf course, like, this is already open space, green, recreation park, public access to something that's vitally needed, quality of life. And so that's my big thing about, just don't worry about the state. Tell them we have already got this valuable resource that we want to protect it and keep it. And that's my main thing I wanted to beg for tonight, since it's my backyard. And I don't have to actually go up to the noisy cannon to dance to the music. And we already have, I have to bring it out, we already have 2 parasitic Hiltons that if they could be accommodated somehow to put people who need off the street or off the riverbed or off the side of the freeway housing, they could be contributing to the city rather than sucking the money away from the city. So I think I made my point. Just leave the golf course as it is, green, open, recreation parkland. Don't put any housing anywhere on it or near it. Thank you. We'll work on the other details with the other company that wants to deal with it differently later. Does that make sense? I hope I did. Okay, that's what I ask you as a city council. Our city always, and well, I won't get into I don't know anybody who'd really want to buy any kind of housing on top of an active oil field with vents of methane and radon outside their valleys, but you already made that decision, so we're screwed.
That was the only requested speaker card on the item. We do have a written comment that I believe that has been distributed to the city council from Andrew Landeros. I think in the fact that it's getting rather late, rather than read the entire email, I'll just indicate that Mr. Landeros he's actually speaking more about the golf course than, well, there are some comments about the housing element. But I believe that was distributed to all council members, is that correct? Correct. So all of you have the comments. We'll enter that into the record unless the council wants me to read it in its entirety. Or the mayor, you're the one that tells me what.
That's fine.
We'll go with
We
that.
all received it.
And then, Madam Mayor, it's appropriate to close the public hearing.
Okay, we'll close the hearing at 10:10 PM. This matter is up for council level for a motion.
I move to motion and approve the item.
I'll second it.
Mr. City Clerk, please call.
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Abstain.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye. That carries for approval 4 and 1 abstention.
The next item is item number 18, which is consideration of adopting resolution number 22-51 and conducting a public hearing establishing the residential solid waste collection and recycling charges annual rate adjustment. It's actually confirming the residential solid waste collection. It's the vendor, it's the Athens that is actually establishing the rate based upon the contract. This time, I don't have any public comment cards one way or the other. But Mayor, if you could open a public hearing so we can do that.
Yes, public hearing is at 10:11.
And there are no public speaker cards on this item, therefore you can close the public hearing.
We'll close it at 10:11. It is up at council level for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Aye.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye. That carries unanimously.
And Madam Mayor, before we move on to regular business, 19 and 20, I would recommend that we deal with the consent calendar at this time in as much as there's an item on the consent that may impact item number 20. So with your permission.
Yes,
we
let's
can
go to
move forward
consent
on item,
calendar.
on the consent calendar. This is the time in which the city council will consider all matters on the consent calendar. Any item that council member wishes to discuss should be designated at this time. All other items may be approved in a single motion, and such approval will also waive the reading of any ordinance. I will poll the council at this time. This relates to items number 21 through 40.
Mayor, staff would like to pull item 23. We received correspondence before the meeting started on item 23. We'd like to report to the council.
Staff is pulling 23.
Pulling 23 or wanting to discuss it separately, Renee?
I'd like discussion.
For discussion.
Okay. Okay. I'll poll the council. Councilmember Peralta.
Item 21.
Councilmember Jimenez, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez. No items. Councilmember Torres.
Items 28,
20.
28, 29, 35, 37,
7.
and 40.
And 40. And then Councilmember Melendez.
No items.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn.
No items.
So at this time, there would be a motion, appropriate to entertain a motion to approve items 22, 23, I'm sorry, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 36, 38, and 39.
Can I have a motion to approve the items
I'll make the
listed by our
motion.
city attorney? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, and then was second was, okay. Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Aye.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
I vote aye. That carries unanimously. On to the first item.
First item would be item number 21, which is the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2451, amending the Montebello Municipal Code to designate city council seats that would be placed on the ballot in November 2022 election, and to retain the 2 at-large council seats currently in place, thus expanding the city council composition to 7 members on a temporary basis. And that would also include waiving the full reading of the ordinance. Councilmember Peralta has requested that item.
Yes, thank you so much. So I just want to ask 2 questions and then a general comment. These 2 questions have been asked prior, but just to see if there have been any changes. First question, which I have asked before, is has any other city done something like this as far as what the city of Montebello is trying to do with this item?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, through our research, we have not found a city that has done this hybrid process exactly like the city of Montebello has. There are cities that have a hybrid by district, or I should say they have a by district and at-large seats within their council composition. But to address the question specifically through our research, we have not found a city that has adopted exactly like what is being proposed.
Okay, thank you so much. And then second question is, I asked this prior as well, but just to see if there's more information regarding what a special election would cost our taxpayers.
Yes, as I mentioned last meeting, let me pull up that information right now. As I mentioned last meeting, that is somewhat in the hypothetical format, in as much as I'm just pulling up my information. My apologies. I thought I had it on my screen. Let's see. Alicia, do you have it handy? I had it on my screen. Let's see. There we go. Have it. All right. Yes, the city clerk's office has forwarded the following information. And this relates to elections for 2018 and 19. The general election in November 6th of 2018, the cost was $75,628. Candidate statements, the cost was $11,831. For the election of 2020, the November election, the general election cost was $100,000 and change, $100,378.66. Candidate statements was $7,184.74. You asked concerning what the cost of a special election would be. Again, that would be challenging to provide you an estimate. I think this is a good predictor of what the cost of a election would be.
Thank you so much for responding. So just a general comment here, and these are, similar sentiment that I talked about in the prior meeting. For me, it's very disappointing to see this item, how this item was brought forth initially as a special council meeting, which was called with a 24-hour notice to propose these types of drastic changes. As we were confirmed prior and today, Montebello will basically be the guinea pig experiment for something like this. There's no other city that has been by district that has ever done what Montebello is trying to do now. We also received confirmation that this decision could potentially lead to a special election that would then cost our taxpayers to basically foot a bill of approximately a six-figure amount. I believe that we're bypassing and deviating from the normal process of sequency that every other city has stood behind at the expense and confusion of our community. Now, some things that I did want to clarify is that my colleagues have claimed that I was for a 7-member body district before, and that now I'm no longer in support of this and what has changed. I personally think that's comparing apples to oranges. When we spoke about the possibility of a 7-member body, it was through 7 districts represented by 7 members, not 5 districts with 7 members. Taking this action tonight will go against every community member that participated in the districting process. It'll go against all the input, the voting, the ranking, the time spent on all public hearings and community meetings. It will basically take that and throw it at the trash at the whim of individuals who would rather play by their own rules. I don't understand why we're looking to go down a path without any strong legality or precedent set to support this decision that could potentially waste our residents' hard-earned tax dollars. There's no room for failure if this moves forward. And, we should be striving towards transparency and equality, especially in a process that will forever change the dynamics of our community. And I believe that this basically goes against every fiber of that. And that concludes my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Melendez, you.
Mayor, just wanted to make the motion to approve the item.
Madam Mayor, I have comments as well.
Councilmember Torres.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I would like to reiterate a couple of my colleagues' points. And to bring this up, in the last discussion, it was mentioned that, as Councilmember Peralta said, that this is something that she and I asked for this increased representation. I'd like to parse it out in 2 different ways. First of all, when we were asking for 7 representatives for our city, that was into perpetuity, or at least as far as we can foresee the future of this city. The idea that we would provide extra representation with 7 members and then rescind that representation, I think is contradictory in itself. We are literally saying that the residents deserve more representatives and that there's more representatives with 7 members, but then we are simultaneously saying, but we are willing to rescind that within 2 years for the sake of essentially convenience. I appreciate the olive branch that is given that that Councilmember Peralta and I essentially get to retain our terms. I mean, that is by law, but this just adds further confusion to a very confusing process already. In the 20 years that the California Voting Rights Act has been in play, and even furthermore, in all the years that the Federal Voting Rights Act has been in play, that's how novel this concept is. And I don't know whether to call it genius or misguided, but I think there's a reason why we haven't seen this before, and that's because it just plain doesn't make any sense. With that being said, Madam Mayor, I'll conclude my comments. It's just unfortunate to see that at so many steps of this process, the residents have not been considered. For the first 6 or 9 months, there was virtually no outreach from June all the way until December. It wasn't until what seems like some political alignment happened in November or December that we started to see a full forced effort to actually have open houses, and that we actually started to have more public hearings, and we started to see translation services. Then in the 11th hour, yet again, we saw gerrymandering of District 1 to include very specific portions of the city. And then in the 11th hour, yet again, we get this idea that all 5 districts should be up for election in the process that's taken 15 months. It's this process that Montebello has gone through should be a case study in in basically how to diminish the voice of your residents and play politics with an item that is very serious. Montebello is already divided in terms of the way that some people see North versus South, dividing it into 5 districts. We're already seeing a fight for resources with some of the items that have come up in this, and the way some resources are being allocated. And it's just so extremely unfortunate, I think, for our city to see continued politics with something that is so serious.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Nay.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye. That carries 3-2. Mr. City Attorney?
Yes. Yes, Madam Mayor. The next item we go to is item 23, which has been requested by staff.
Miss.
Oh, it looked like 25.
But.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Iser?
Go ahead, Ms. Iser, you stay to the end. Please?
Yes, please step forward.
You stuck it out with us, so please. No problem.
But I really appreciate this. Please, 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 I'm asking you to not change this in a way that would allow the two people elected at large to retain to put them in, to separate members on a permanent basis, to find some way to have 5 districts, but also 2 at-large representatives of the entire city that would be focused on everything that relates to the entire city rather than just on their own little district. And that, I think, has been done in some places where they do have a mayor that's supposedly at large, but Montebello could be unique to have 2 at large and 5 districts. That would be really a good way to do it. And then, of course, the mayoralty could be rotated among those people as has been done, which is fine and fair and should be continued. But that's my personal thing as a person who lives in the city and wants to know that somebody, at least one, but preferably 2, are concerned about matters that deal with the entire city, and rather than just to focus on their own little area, which can happen so easily. So that would seem like to be, just change the word 7 members on a temporary basis to 7 members on a permanent basis. And then you just have one election where you elect various people and you don't have to do special elections. And that'd be exciting. That'd be wonderful for us in our city to have knowing that 2 people are not tied to any specific district and the others could focus on their districts. And then we would all have a chance to be representative, get what we need and want, and things like that. So that's what I was trying to beg, and I hope that we can kind of work this out, because it is our voice and our votes and our concerns that are important. And if we had 7 people, that would be even better than having just 5, Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iser. And then staff pulled item 23.
23, and let me announce it. It is the consideration of approval of a master retainer agreements for on-call architectural and engineering design services in response to RFP number 22-8.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We received correspondence late this afternoon from Transtech Engineering, and due to their current work schedules, they're not going to be able to fulfill their obligation to provide services or immediate services to Montebello. And they're asking at this time if we could respectfully not consider them, and they ask that we please utilize a qualified firm that provides these services rather than them at this time. But they greatly appreciated the opportunity and look forward to working with us in the future. And with that, Mayor, we would recommend removing Transtech from consideration and leaving Mark Thompson and Company, Inc. and KOA Corporation as the 2 bench list qualified firms.
I'll make a motion to approve that.
I'll second it.
I do have a comment that I would like my colleagues to consider. Seeing that this is new information, and also seeing that, the committee reviewed and evaluated and scored the submitted proposals. There was no scoring provided for each bidder, just the ranking. And I think for purposes of transparency, we should always be following that process and including the scoring of each bidder in these items. So I would like my colleagues to consider tabling this until we can receive that proper information.
I'd make a substitute motion to that effect.
So you want to make the substitute, or Councilmember Peralta, would you like to make the substitute?
I'll go ahead and just second his substitute motion.
Okay, there's a substitute motion to table.
Yes.
The substitute motion takes precedence with a second. That would be to table the item. And with that, we'll need a roll call, and this is on the request, the motion to table the item.
Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Councilor Melendez?
Nope.
Mayor Cobos-Cawthorn?
And I vote no, that item does not carry.
With that, then we come back to the original motion, which is to approve the item as modified by staff.
And I had a first and a second. Mr. City Clerk, please call roll.
Councilor Peralta?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Torres?
Nay.
Councilmember Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos-Cawthorn?
And I vote aye, that carries 3-2. Next item.
The next items, we'll start with 28. This is requested by Councilmember Torres. This is consideration of approval of issuing an unarmed transit security guard services request for proposal number 22-7. Councilmember Torres.
And just a question to the mayor. For regular business, are we going to be discussing 19 and 20 at a later time?
Yes, but we had to get through the CVRA vote first before the other regular business because it affected it. That's what city attorney addressed.
Right, but we
So we're gonna go through
addressed the
consent?
we addressed the CVRA.
We're going to go to consent and then we're going to go back to regular.
Okay,
that okay?
Just to note, Madam Mayor, I don't appreciate the tone. It's an honest question. I do have points for these 2 points,
the only
and so
voice I have.
I was just clarifying what the procedure is here. Thank you.
Sorry, it's the only voice I have and only face I have. Carry on.
I said neither the voice nor the face. It's the tone.
Did you have comments for 23 or, I'm sorry, for 28, or did you want to make a motion to approve?
I pulled the item. Yes, I do have comments.
Go ahead.
For item 28, the item discussing approving issuing an unarmed transit security guard service request for proposal, I did have 2 questions. So first of all, 2 months ago, council approved a 1-year contract for security services with Allied Universal for the pallet shelter project. So I'm just curious why another security guard is being requested in this RFP for the Metro Transit Station / pallet shelter project.
So, so as part of that project, for this specific contract, we're proposing to renew, well, we would put out an RFP to look at security not only on board our vehicles, but also at the Metrolink. So if this were to pass, this would take over that contract.
This is a conversation that we've been having for 2 years prior Lupita arriving. We've been using Montebello PD to basically provide security for our transit system. And we were looking at creating a more robust opportunity for our patrons, our drivers to have better security, unarmed, and coordinate with Montebello Police in a way that we can provide security in our buses, facilities, and as well as Metrolink. So the tiny homes is completely separate from this RFP, and this RFP went through, prior to the RFP, we did a study to really look at different options that we could partake as far as security. And this was a recommendation that was given from through our consultant, and with consultation with our chief, we feel this would be a good model to help us provide security for our transit operation.
And so just to clarify, the mention of the pallet shelter project is not security for the project, but more in terms of security for the property.
Station. Correct.
The second question, I did notice in the RFP that there was an additional position that is being requested or created through to man the property at 400 South Tyler. looking through the description, talking about a foot patrol of the property, ingress and egress of the buses, checking the buses as they were coming into the facility. And so I was just curious how that position has kind of come to be. In my view, and at least in my experience as a bus rider, and in my experience, in terms of ridership experience, I would like to allocate as many resources as possible to the security of passengers and bus drivers, and this seems to kind of diverge from that, but definitely open to what observation staff has.
Are you specifically referring to the transit security manager and the transit security officers? Referencing the RFP?
I believe so. It mentions very specifically for 400 South Taylor that they would be at that location.
Right. So the goal for this specific project is to not only increase the visibility of security on board our vehicles, but also around the facility. This is something that did come at the request of the operators and also staff on site. We do have security presence already at 400 South Taylor that does do monitoring. This is just putting it in the contract and make it more visible. We do require, as part of this RFP, to get a manager to oversee the security officers, to provide more oversight and have direct communication with our operations manager, as well as our transit, our assistant director, so that we can better allocate the resources that we have available.
And Councilmember, just to be clear, the scope that is in the RFP is not to add a position, it's to add that scope to the consultant to provide us, not as a city employee.
Right, and I apologize for my language. It was getting things mixed up a little bit. But thank you very much for the information. With that, Madam Mayor, I move to approve the item.
I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Aye.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos-Cothern?
And I vote aye, that carries unanimously. Mr. City Attorney,
And
29.
the next item is item 29. It's consideration of approval of amendment number 1 to professional services agreement number 3941 with Vectis DC LLC to provide comprehensive federal government relations to seek available annual federal funding requested by Councilmember Torres.
Councilmember Torres, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is an observation and for council's consideration. I would like to amend this motion that we approve this item and that instead we go to RFP, and for the reason that this item was originally brought under a purchase order under the city manager's authority. We know that the city manager has authority up to $50,000 to execute contracts. Now, with this item, staff is requesting a not to exceed of $84,000. Since that authority is being exceeded, and for the interest of transparency and and to meet council's responsibility being fiduciaries of public dollars, I think it'd be best practices and in the best interest of the residents to put this item out to RFP. And especially considering that with the approval of this item, we're looking at a possible, I believe, four-year contract in the aggregate, which could exceed, $300,000. With that, Madam Mayor, I would motion to amend the item that staff bring this back so it can go to RFP.
Mr. City Manager, can you chime in, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The reason for bringing Vectis to the council, they have been extremely instrumental in helping us, not just with Padilla funding. First time ever we've applied for funding through a senator, a U.S. senator. They've been helping us with transit funding. They've been helping us with funding for fire. They've been helping us with funding for sewer. They have made a lot of inroads thanks to their connections and their relationships with members of Congress that we rely on, specifically for members that are cardinals in appropriations. So it'd be difficult to switch out of Vectis and start over with a new firm or do an RFP, considering the time it takes to get these projects to the federal government and the process they take. I think it's a very specialized skill set, and staff feels extremely comfortable and confident that Vectis is going to bring us funding and opportunities that we've never had in the past. So I would recommend that the council approve the item.
Madam Mayor, if I can respond quickly.
Go ahead.
I definitely understand the city manager's position. I mean, reading through the item, it becomes pretty apparent that, in terms of trying to get these conversations in front of certain legislators, that, and as we all very well know in this position, that it helps to have those connections and those relationships to move the conversations forward. I think at the same time, the council should seriously consider the fact that the state auditor is looking very closely at the way that we go about contracting, and just to make sure that everything's in the clear and everything's in the up and up. As I mentioned before, best practices in terms of being fiduciaries for our residents, and considering the fact that going along with the same company and the same vendor that we've been using so far, that we are talking about a significant sum of money here. And I'll leave my comments at that. And again, restate that staff bring this back to RFP as my motion.
Okay, I second.
Okay, that's for the substitute motion. Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez? No. Councilor Torres?
Aye.
Councilor Melendez?
No.
Mayor Cobos Coughlin?
I vote no. Does not carry. 2 ayes, 2 noes, 3 ayes.
I'll make the motion to approve the item.
Can I get a second?
I will second it.
Okay, Mr. City Clerk?
Councilor Peralta?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Point of, I don't know if it'd be a question in terms of process, but just to keep things consistent. I mean, usually when there's a motion, the substitute motion comes before the vote. But I mean, not to split hairs here, but just for the future. But I'll vote no on the motion.
Okay,
No,
we got it.
It really, the motion made by Councilmember Torres and seconded by Councilmember Peralta was actually the main motion. That failed, so we go back to a new motion. So I think, with all due respect to the lateness of the hour, it was just a misstatement. So I think we'd rather get on with the vote.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Coughlin?
And I vote aye. Thank you.
That passes, yes.
Thank you to,
The next item is item 35. This is consideration of to authorize the payment of invoices from Montebello Tire Pros. No? Authorize payment of invoice from Montebello Tire Pros and increase existing purchase orders with Chevy of Montebello and Ford of Montebello. It was requested by Councilmember Torres.
Councilmember Torres, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to note on this item, I think it's unfortunate the way that it's been described. Reading through it, it seems that we're kind of throwing the vendor under the proverbial bus, and it's unfortunate to see a member of our community kind of lambasted in this way and so publicly in such a public document. When it comes to the paying of invoices and anything that is still due and outstanding, that's an administrative matter that can definitely be handled very quietly, and the item can come to, and council can come to our meetings with the understanding of what has happened and why this has come to us this way. I think if we look at another subsequent item, we authorizing payment for invoices from Johnson Controls, we see the same situation where there are outstanding invoices. So and they're not described in the same way. So within one agenda, we kind of see a little bit of a tale of two businesses here and different treatments. So just as a note, I think it should be the policy of this council that, these agenda items definitely respect our establishments and try to minimize to the extent possible any kind of public negative effects. With that, Madam Mayor, I'll motion to approve the item.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Mr. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilmember Torres?
Aye.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Coughlin?
I vote aye. That carries unanimously.
Next item is item number 37. This is consideration of adoption resolution number 22-53 to approve the city's annual investment policy.
Councilmember Torres, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, that was pulled on accident. I motion to approve the item.
Can I get a
I'll second.
second? Okay, Mr. City Clerk, please call for the roll vote.
Councilor Peralta,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez,
Aye.
Councilmember Torres,
Aye.
Councilor Melendez,
Aye.
Mayor Cobos-Cothern.
And I vote aye, that carries unanimously.
Moves on to the last consent item, which is item number 40, requested by Councilmember Torres. This is the approval of council minutes, special meeting May 2nd, special meeting May 3rd, regular meeting May 11th, and regular meeting May 25th of 2022.
Councilmember Torres, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I would like to note that I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for the same treatment. That tone has not been given to any other speaker, and it's offensive to be directed towards me. For item number 40 and for the minutes of May 3rd, I would like to make a slight amendment and ask that the minutes also include 2 points. First of all, during Ms. Demonian's presentation, she mentioned something to the effect of that during my investigative interview, I was not able to identify which ordinance I supposed to ask questions and ask for materials under. Second, I would like the minutes also to reflect that at that meeting that I pointed specifically to Montebello Municipal Code 2.04.050E, city manager duties, which states, in part, city council members may make inquiries directly to directors, department heads, or employees for information and materials, but may not unilaterally order or instruct department heads or other employees. So I'll make a motion to the effect that the minutes reflect those comments.
All right, I'll second.
Mr. City Clerk, please call for the roll vote.
Councilor Peralta,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez,
Aye.
Councilmember Torres,
Aye.
Councilor Melendez,
Aye.
Mayor Cobos-Cothern.
And I vote aye, that carries unanimously. On to AB 1234, travel reports. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to go back to the regular.
Yes, regular business item number 19 is approved Assembly Bill AB 481, military use policy approval. There's any questions? It's recommended that it's recommended that council approve the staff's recommendation.
Okay, can I get a motion for item 19?
I'll make the motion.
I have a question for item 19.
When it comes to discussion, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, now up for discussion, Councilmember Torres, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. These questions, I believe, may be most appropriate for the chief. But of course, whichever staff member has the answers here, more than welcome to help us understand. So in AB 481, it talks about several provisions for creating these policies. And there are several items specifically listed under, and sorry if I get a little technical with the sections here, but under section 7070 Part C, which defines military equipment, I would just like to understand that according to the definitions that Montebello doesn't have these items. First of all, it mentions unmanned, remotely piloted, powered aerial or ground vehicles. And to my understanding, Montebello does have unmanned aerial vehicles that we use for observation and for surveillance. And I'll run through the list of materials so you kind of have an idea of some of the questions that I have here. Second, command and control vehicles that are built or modified to facilitate operational control and direct public safety units. Third, firearms of 50 caliber or greater besides shotguns. And I guess that's just a question as to, I'm aware that we have a special response team and just curious what they're carrying. Or if it falls under this scheme, not what they're carrying, but if it falls under that. And then lastly, which I feel our city does have, are firearms and ammunition of less than .50 caliber, including assault weapons, as defined in sections 30510 and 30515 of the Penal Code. So, I mean, to my understanding, our officers do carry assault rifles, so it does seem that this ordinance should be a little bit more fully fleshed out. But Chief, if you could provide a little insight.
Yeah, sure. When it comes to the aerial, so our drones are for civilian law enforcement use as opposed to military. So anything we purchase is not from a military contractor. It's not made for military use, nor do we receive it from any military services. The same would hold true for command post vehicles. We have no armored vehicles in our fleet, although it would be nice to have armor on our police vehicles. So we do not have that. And the same holds true as far as any of our weapon systems. So there is a difference between the AR, the Armor Light 15s used by the military, and the urban police rifle, which is made specifically for law enforcement use. And again, none of that is purchased from a military contractor or was donated via the federal government or any military uses. So we do have certain weapon systems, we have certain less lethal systems that are different than what's for military use.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. With that, Madam Mayor, I motion to approve item 19.
I'll second. Can I have the city clerk please call roll vote?
Sorry, wasn't there a motion already by
Yes,
Mayor
it was
Pro Tem
already,
Jimenez and Councilor Melendez?
It was Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Melendez.
Just to clarify.
So if you can just call the vote.
Councilor Peralta?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Aye.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye. I was a little disappointed, though. I thought we had a 50 cal somewhere. So with that, next item, please.
Next item is item number 20, which is consideration of a series of resolutions which, if approved, will conduct the general municipal election for November 8th, 2022. Staff recommends approval.
Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Torres, you have the floor.
I would just like the minutes to incorporate my comments, I believe, on item 21, just by reference. We've already had the discussion, so I don't need to repeat it. But if the minutes could reflect that, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would like to request the same, seeing that this item is similar and tied to the item previously discussed. My sentiments continue to remain the same. Thank you.
I have a first, I have a second. Mr. City Clerk? Roll.
Councilor Peralta?
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
Aye.
Councilor Torres?
Nay.
Councilor Melendez?
Aye.
Mayor Cobos Cawthorn?
And I vote aye. That carries 3-2. Now on to AB 1234. Did any of my colleagues travel? Anybody travel? Okay, on to our council orals. Councilmember Peralta, you have the floor.
Thank you. I will go ahead and have item B to move to the next meeting that we'll be having, seeing that we're running out of time. But I would like to just have more clarification on the upcoming election process, just to have confirmation of whether nominations will be pulled and publicly noted by district. I know that the county of Los Angeles has their candidate guide, which states that I believe by August 19th, city clerks must submit all candidates' addresses for verification. So just understanding if that's something the city of Montebello has to abide by. And then just having a little bit of more information regarding that process.
Well, I'm not the city clerk, but I'll address it. When a person pulls papers, they sign under penalty of perjury that they reside in or are domiciled in that location. That's signed under penalty of perjury and can actually be enforced. There's also provisions of the elections code, which I happen to have brought with me tonight, that also address the situations or making it a crime to falsify where you reside and are domiciled for purposes of election or running for office. In my career many years ago, I actually had a candidate in a community that I represented file papers, not live in the location where he claimed he was. He had a bed that he claimed he slept there and one shirt in the closet, but he did not change his driver's license, change anything to that effect. So the city clerk, they are not the, how can I put it, they're not the election police. They will have to confirm with the county registrar or recorder's office to verify that the person is actually registered to vote at that location. And if they're not, then they cannot pull papers. If there's other information that is presented during that process, there are steps legally that can be followed to further investigate and inquire. But because they're signing under penalty of perjury, any person who pulls papers, the clerk's, it's fair to state the clerk's responsibility is to accept that at face value.
Mayor, may I make a comment? There's also, just for added info, if anybody suspects of somebody not living at a certain residence, you could contact the Public Integrity Unit with the District Attorney's Office as well.
And one other comment, since it's on the council oral, and I do want to address, because the 30-day residency requirement is not a requirement found within the city of Montebello. It's not found in state law. There are some jurisdictions that do have a nominal or minimal residency requirement. Those are generally charter cities. But under the general law, of which Montebello is, a person can technically sign up, register to vote that day, and come in and pull papers.
Great, thank you. Seeing that this is going to be a very new process to the city, having this clarified is extremely important for all those who wish to have their name on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Torres, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to, I guess, respect the process here and the new council procedures, which say that no new items will be brought up after 11 p.m., which we're quickly approaching on. I would just ask for the permission of my colleagues to entertain at least two of these items. I believe one of them I may be able to follow up with later, given some of the new information that we got. But one, to advance the conversation on the municipal code regarding financial reporting, and then the other one just to acknowledge Montebello's AAPI history. So I would ask for the graciousness of my colleagues, even given the late hour, to comment on those two items.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So first, to comment on compliance issues regarding the Montebello Municipal Code. As was previously mentioned by a resident, this is something that I've talked about several times. I've come across, and I think the last time that I brought this up, I did mention that I was going to come back with hopefully additional information that might give a clear picture to staff what I feel my position in terms of compliance with the municipal code would be. And just to reiterate, for the edification of council and for the understanding of the community, the municipal code requires that the finance director provide monthly reports on essentially revenues and expenditures on money that we have coming in and coming out in sufficient enough detail to understand the exact financial condition of the city. Currently, we do get the monthly investment report. I do want to delineate that that is required by the government code, not the Montebello Municipal Code. So those are two different documents and two different requirements. I think one of the documents that I came across more recently that gave it, I think, what would be an accurate picture of something that could give that financial picture to council actually came from the Montebello Commerce YMCA, on which I'm the board. When we talk about the finances, there is a report that's prepared that really breaks down all kinds of different numbers. This report that I have here, prepared from February, talks about the difference between what actually happened and what was budgeted. What actually happened in February 2022 versus the budget in February 2022. It also specifically notes the variance, whether there's a surplus or a deficit in the projections compared to what the actuals are. And then on top of that, it also has comments as to why we're seeing that variance. It goes on in multiple columns to talk about what happened in the month previous, what's going on year to date, and then what's going on in an annual picture. And so in this document, you see very clearly by account what's happening in the month that just passed, what the budget was, the variance, and how we match up to that. And there was language in a previous item that was kind of concerning. In one of the quarterly reports, it said something to the effect of the numbers being fixed, and I can find exactly what the agenda item said because I don't want to be inaccurate, but what it seems that we're doing in terms of these quarterly budget reports is that we're basically trying to match the numbers between our expenditures, between our projected expenditures and what actually happened, and tell some kind of story or paint some kind of picture. I do think that it would be extremely beneficial for council to understand exactly what's going on a month-by-month basis, with, of course, the understanding that the financial picture that we see in any given month doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. Sometimes there are monies that are expected to be received in the future. Sometimes some of the deficiencies that we see are aberrations or for whatever reason will be made up for later. But we still do not receive the financial report as required by our own municipal code. So that is of concern that we're not complying with our own code in that respect. The second item on my orals, and as I mentioned, I'll leave the third for another time. I would just like to acknowledge some of the research that was done by Wally Takata. I believe that the city also posted it on the social media, but just to respect the contributions of our AAPI community in Montebello and talk about some of the members some of the members and past members of our community that faced discrimination and incarceration during World War II. I think it's very important for us to acknowledge. When you go to downtown Los Angeles, and if you go to Little Tokyo, you can look down at the street and see a piece of AAPI history. And it really struck me as I was walking along the streets. You can see by decade what stores used to be at these locations. And at the end of this walk, there is a monument talking about how in California's past, we had dozens of Little Tokyos, of these locations where the Japanese community were strongly located. They were absolutely devastated by the incarceration during World War II and being sent to internment camps. And you can stand there and literally see history as these stores have disappeared. And in the same way, all across the state of California and all across the nation, the AAPI community, and particularly the Japanese community, faced really just a complete change in their lives. And so Mr. Takata brought forward just a few names that he was able to find from his network, and I do want to acknowledge them here. First is Jay Nomura and his mother, and I hope I pronounce this correctly, I apologize if I don't, Maze Goto or Mase Goto. In 1942, they were sent to an incarceration camp and released in 1945. Cheryl Goto and her father, Taka Goto, and just acknowledging the contributions and the participation of M's Flower Shop and of Unique Floral Shop, and then as well Cheryl's active involvement in the Stroptimus Club. Lawson Sakai, who was born October 1923 in Montebello, who in October 2010 was inducted into the Montebello High School Hall of Fame for both football and basketball. And from his incarceration volunteered for the Nisei Regiment, the Fighting 442nd Regimental Combat Unit. He was wounded 4 times in the war, so he has 4 Purple Hearts and also 2 Bronze Stars for his actions in combat. I'd also like to recognize Takashi Kobayashi, who is Montebello High baseball coach for many, many years. And lastly, the contributions of Montebello Plymouth Congregational Church that's been in operation since 1913 and who provided extensive outreach to the growing Japanese immigrant population in Montebello. And that concludes my orals for this evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, I know this topic, and members of council, this topic of financials pops up, and we've been a bit bewildered and have taken the opportunity to reach out to other cities and try to figure out what other cities provide and why we're so different. And we actually reached out to the city of Irvine and found that they do exactly the same thing we do. Although we provide a little bit more information as far as the quarterlies and other documents we provide. So I would recommend to the council, in order to not have this discrepancy, that we provide you an ordinance that cleans up the language and provides best practices, and give us the opportunity to bring that back with ample examples of what happens in the business, so that we don't have this discrepancy in the future.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez?
I don't think you need direction. I think the city manager's informing you that that's what staff's going to work on. So you don't need a
So
consensus.
they're telling us what they're going to do, so we're okay.
So we can move on to the mayor's council orals.
Thank you. I know a lot of military members were just mentioned. I just wanted to remind everyone that we're still accepting applications for the military banners that are on Whittier Boulevard. So please see our social media pages or our Parks and Rec director and staff off of Victoria. Also, fireworks, Independence Day spectaculars coming back. Please, there's little handouts July 2nd, also all over our social media. And I do have a few minutes left. I wanted to thank all of Montebello who are watching, those who attended, my colleagues, our CM, our ACM, city attorney, all of our executive staff that stayed super late. Thank you for all the hard work you do. I do have some more time. I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Montebello's local hero, Mel Escanza, who was born March 13th, 1921 in New York. He grew up in the Bronx, served in the Army in World War II. He was assigned to the 3881st Quartermaster Truck Company. He was transported on the SS Queen Mary from New York City Harbor across the Atlantic to Europe and was on Utah Beach, Normandy on D-Day. After the war, he moved to California, where he met his beautiful wife, Arlene, at a dance in Hollywood, and he's still dancing at the Montebello Senior Center and concerts in the park just up until a few years ago. He loved animals so much that he opened up a pet shop here in the city at the Montebello Mart, where he and his wife ran that business. They raised one daughter, Lori, who grew up in Montebello, graduated from Montebello High School. Mal passed away early morning, June 17th, and can now dance again with his beautiful wife, Arlene. He leaves behind his daughter, Lori, her husband, Wayne, his 3 granddaughters, and his 4 great-granddaughters, and his adopted family. You'll truly be missed, Mel, if I can have a moment in his honor. We love you, Mel. With that, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion.
Can I have a second? I'll second. We are adjourned. It is 11:08. We will see you all at our next regularly scheduled meeting, August 10th at 5 p.m. Thank you.